ג'טיקס, תודה רבה אחי. זה עד איפה שהגענו בינתיים.
לגמרי, אתה יכול, תזכיר לי איזה מעבד? זה סבתון בתו! וברגע הסבתון בטט זה בסדר, עם 1650 ועם מעבד בין פחות מ9 שנים אתה יכול להריץ אותו נהדר. אתה יכול להריץ אותו סבבה לגמרי. לא יודע בדיוק איך הוא ירוץ לך, אבל אתה יכול להריץ אותו. לסבתון בתו. חבר'ה, אני עוצר את המשחק. אני לא אמשיך איתכם לעוד מאץ', אתם מוזמנים להמשיך בלעדיי. אני צריך...
No idea, Mahal, no idea. Oh, hi everybody. I know. A bit of a tense night, I would say. But yeah, we good, we Gucci. Hello, how you doing? Yeah. Sorry we look a bit tense, we just had a few things to take care of. Yeah, hi Lori, hi Yotan, how you doing? Yeah, we're just popping in right now. Hopefully it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah. Hopefully we won't soy the shit out, you know? It's a soy boy area right now. Anyhow, let's get down to business. So we're gonna be playing right now. So we're gonna jump straight into solo. Because we want to get back our edge. Did they say? Yeah, we're jumping straight into ranked. Because we want to take care of the time we currently have. Because we don't have the time to have we don't have the luxury to not play ranked right now and just jump straight into brawl for the shenanigans. Because right now we don't know what's gonna happen, and that's the case, and that's very dangerous, and I don't want to risk it. I might as well cash in the amount of ranks I can do right now before shit goes fucking south. That's the lesson learned. In the meantime, let's just check out what we're doing today, fellas. Let's change some music. I doubt that. I doubt that. Yeah, sure, we can end things, but I doubt that it's gonna end anytime soon. Right now we're just locking in. We're locking in. Let's do the Muslims. We already got coffee with hell, so we gotta lock in what we can. We need to use the hours we have. We came in early, and we have to use what we have right now, because later down the road we probably won't have the time to do so. I think we're gonna play until like 10, and then we go back to variety until things just go south. Cause that's what I feel. You know, it's tension. You gotta battle that tension. Also, I don't know if I should talk about this because it's TOS on Twitch. But I'm sure things will be fine. Just locking in right now. Just gotta lock in. Sivir, alright.
More important than your fucking smite. Ridiculous.
Non so che questo è.
200 gold away. We get delayed by another wave. We might die because of it.
Just dashing in.
They're all
Zayarin,
top lane.
moving too fast.
Can't be
Israeli.
able to wave now. Okay, I can walk up now. Okay, we didn't get cheese. I can get my item now. We just switch to overkill. Okay, Silas died before objective, and they're getting onto Zeraf as well, which is good for us. They could have rushed Herald. Seems like he tries to do Herald. He's inside the Herald. We can kill him. Okay.
I find courage unpredictable. It
He's on the Herald right now.
We're going for the takedown. We're going to be obnoxious.
Nice. We kill.
We're going for the one tap potential.
The Herald as well.
Already getting that extra
Once they
damage
kill
while we
the
can.
Syndra, I can't really follow this play. I'm not fast enough. It's better if I just stick to the waves.
אני לא יודע אם אני יוצא מחר לעבודה, אם נגיד את האמת. אני יוצא רק נראה לי למשהו אחד, אז אני הולך הביתה. יש הנחיות חדשות. לא, ההנחיות נהיות מוגרות. וקורה לנו גם סיטואציות שגם אנחנו לא רוצים להכניס לנו ממ"ד בגלל איזי ופוצ'י. שזה גם משפיע לנו על היום יום. ועל השינה שלנו. I don't know, it's just been a shitty week overall, but we're gonna get through this. Hey, at least we're runner-ups on the Clash, got a freebie, but we gotta win. Well, then, מה קורה, חבר'ה? We got second place. We inted the third draft. They wanted me to go Jarvan, which was okay, but I played it bad. In the end, I inted it. It was my fault we lost. It was a top gap like all 3 games because we just got gapped with the picks because I was being out of my comfort as well. But I adapted as much as I can. Oh, ooh.
Minions have spawned.
That was good, I guess. We got everything from him. لا بعوم لا مصيب سوى كو if I had... תעשה בריכה למילי? MD מודה, מה קורה? מי זו מילי? קודם כל מילי היקרה, ברוכה הבאה. אני מקווה שהיום שלך עובר מעולה. לא, אני לא יכולתי להחזיר את הסוס. נפלתי מהרימאוט.
An enemy has been slain.
בסדר גמור.
Double kill. Shut down.
הכל בסדר. יאללה, תן בראש יאללה.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
די. Fuck's sake. Babies, aren't you smart? No. Hello?
An
Hello?
ally has been slain.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Enemy killing spree. Killing spree. Double kill.
What the hell was that input lag?
Slain.
Excuse me, what is going on? She stole it.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
God damn it, this fucking Nautilus ain't living my ass. Go.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Turret plate repair soon. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Okay, we got sustain now.
Killing spree.
What clay changes? We get Clay's getting changed? What clay changes? Clay's getting changed? Somebody check this for me, please.
An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable. Dominating. Double kill. Triple kill.
Gotta see the Clay changes. I'm just anxious to see the Clay changes. משנים את Clay, אני חייב לראות מה עושים השינויים. Gotta see this. Newbie, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're all having a good time. Much appreciated. Time to learn some new Spanish. I gotta see the Kled changes. I gotta see the Kled changes after this. This is gonna be interesting. מסטולה, מה קורה אחי? משנים את Kled סוף סוף יוטן. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, newbie? אני חייב לראות מה עושים לו. מעניין אותי לדעת. Wait, I can't Google Translate that, so I'll have to read it though. Okay, bien ando haisando un oniso para lectura de tarot in IPAL. Oh, so if I'm correct, you're learning or you're teaching tarot cards in IPAL now, or you're getting a lesson on tarot cards. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of cool. It's been a while since I had my tarots, I guess. You should have played. Let's go. That's cool. That's cool. Would love to see that. Varus, how you doing? One victory. Good start. Good start. Ooh, damage-wise, I'm doing pretty darn good. Does he rush mortal? Then just like did damage and damage. Okay, let's stop everything. I gotta see this. I gotta see this. This is very interesting. Okay. Wait, I gotta see this. Hold your horses. I want to see this changes.
All right, hello and welcome to a CLED video, or more specifically, a video about some CLED changes that, as of me uploading this video, should be on the PB either later today or tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure about the PB deploy schedule.
Gotta see this.
But should be soon. Basically, should be on the PB during the 0.14 cycle, and should be going live in the 0.14 patch as well. So this is a set of changes for CLED, which are intended to shift him in a number of ways. And I'll talk about the goals of the change list. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are expecting, hey, CLED's build has been on Assassin for a while, and he's really more of a fighter. Typically has had a fighter build. That kind of makes sense. But there's more to it than just that. So we'll get into that in a bit. But disclaimer before I get into this. This is a PB list. Not everything, do not take everything in this video as the absolute truth. It is not necessarily exactly what will be going live. And in fact, it's actually even possible that what is in this video won't exactly match what's on the PB. So again, just don't assume that something in this video is like, oh, this is and we didn't get it out got here as I do, we'll have to see. Another thing before I get into my intro and how we got here is I do want to thank the CLED players. I talked to a lot of different CLED players over the course of time while I was working on this list. A lot of really good CLED players, like players of a variety of different skill levels, different regions, different roles. I actually talked a lot to a CLED support player, believe it or not, which is a really interesting experience. What they like about CLED. And none of this would have really been possible without everyone out. But one special shout out I do want to give is to Soul Mario. For those of you who don't know Soul Mario, he is a cat. This is just a general word in general. Very much to all the CLED players and for the bugs, especially bug clip translators that did help me out as well. So let's talk about the myself here, and that'll transition nicely into the goals for this list. I am a seasonal designer. I am Riot Endstep or Nick Fridge or shifting Kled's build from assassin, certainly longer than 2 weeks, right? So that's typically what the live pod does, is deals primarily with the live game, as you might expect. Changes from the beginning of this year. I primarily so to get to the point of the story, I was helping out with the live pod, for the last couple of months, and splitting my time, and so that was doing primarily patch to patch balance changes, but I was also pulling in some things from the live backlog. One of the tickets on the live backlog that I was very interested in was a ticket for shifting Kled's build from assassin back to fighter, right? Kled on live currently has an assassin build, and he, generally over the course of his lifetime has had a fighter build, right? He's a 10-ish year old champion. For most of those years, he had a fighter build. He had a tank build for about a year, which was not great for, I would say, anyone, except for people who like to play tank Kled, which I kind of liked it, but it was pretty messed up. Anyway, he's a fighter champion. He was designed to be a fighter. He has a kit shape that really supports it. Well, doesn't necessarily support it. That's part of the change list I'm putting in here. But a kit shape that really should, be a fighter in terms of the play and counterplay, the actions you're asked to take, the actions your opponents are being asked to take. It really is a fighter shape, or should be a fighter shape. And so we do want him to be a fighter. And so that was where this list started, was me as a seasonal designer helping out on live, pulling this ticket in. But I was able to make a successful, there's a lot of people, a little bit of the build. Primary goal is to move Kled's build from assassin to fighter, right? Right now on live, his primary build, depending on the exact patch and how you prefer to play and your matchup and stuff like that, it's anything from Eclipse, or Go Profane, full damage builds. Then you're primary and things like that. So let's talk about the goals. So, like I said, the first primary goal is to move Kled's build from assassin to fighter, right? Right now on live, his primary build, depending on the exact patch and how you prefer to play and your matchup and stuff like that, it's anything from Eclipse, or Ghost Blade or Hubris or Cyclosword first into Profane Hydra, or vice versa, right? You basically build full damage, and once you're kind of in on these full damage builds, then you're going to build an LDR third, or a Cyrilda's or percent pen or whatever, right? A lot of the time, those are the popular and most powerful builds for Kled right now. And the goal here, I want to be clear, is to not say that you can never build a Ghost Blade or a Cyclosword on Kled or anything like that. In fact, from what we've tested internally, Cyclosword in particular still seems pretty solid. And damage items still seem fine. The goal, however, is that the primary default build for Kled should be a fighter build, right? This would be items like Titanic Hydra or Black Cleaver or Sterex Gauge. Name your favorite, fighter item, right? AD, HP. I personally think it would be cool if we could get things like Sundered Sky or Trinity Force into the mix. Not sure how close we are to that, but the goal is that his primary default build is a fighter. Again, I want to be clear. It is not to say that you could never build a lethality item or anything like that.
אוקיי.
If we end up in a...
לא, אפשר לבנות את קלט כפיידר, אבל כשבנו אותו כפיידר הוא גרוע רצח. הוא גרוע רצח. קלט כפיידר מאוד רצוע. מאוד רצוע, מאוד גרוע לעומת הפייטרים האחרים.
Only build as fighter, that would be considered acceptable by this goal, but my preference would be that the full damage items are good sometimes, right? That there are situations where getting an Eclipse...
Wait, Feedy? We'll check it later. Wait, gotta keep on looking at it.
Or, maybe even a person building fighter items.
Pizzagate.
So, other goals that I added on as we went along and at the beginning is to keep Kled, and hopefully the Kled players will understand what I'm talking about here, is that some of Kled's gameplay is kind of broken down over the years, and some of it has never really worked the way that it was supposed to from the very beginning. As an example of keeping Kled, it's we want remounting to be a really powerful, sharp moment for Kled. It should be really exciting. It should be really powerful for Kled to get his remount off. And we want to keep that, staying true, even if we're changing his build of keeping the way that it was supposed to from the very beginning. As an example of keeping Kled, it's we want remounting to be a really powerful, sharp moment for Kled. It should be really exciting. It should be really powerful for Kled to get his remount off.
Needs to be so
and we want to keep that, staying true, even if we're changing his build path a bit, right, and changing his gameplay a little bit. So there are some places where we can even make Kled a little more Kled, right? For example, we can reward him a little more for actually attacking people while his W is on cooldown. that's one example of something that like actually feels really Kled. It actually, like, to me, playing live Kled now, it feels weird when I'm like, oh, my cooldowns are down. I guess I'm just supposed to just like walk around and do nothing.
Exactly.
It feels a little odd. And
Exactly.
so there are places where we feel we can make Kled more Kled and actually get some good benefits out of this for Kled players. Once, right, one of the things that was noticed, one of the reasons, the thing we want to do is get better levers for Kled build balance, right? One of the things that was noticed, one of the reasons why this ticket didn't get pulled in, the fix Kled's build thing didn't get pulled in earlier, besides the fact that the live pod was generally just quite busy this year. But also, there aren't really good levers, or previously weren't good levers on Kled's kit to tune different builds, right? He's primarily driven by AD ratios, and he has a massive AS steroid, which of course rewards, attacking, right? So it's hard to tune him in ways that were differentiating builds, which is why when this ticket was made,
If he's getting the armor pen, I'm
a lot of
gonna
the
be super
proposals
happy.
work. Actually tune him out to do. He needs like a new ratio, a new health ratio or something like that. A lot of the proposals for it initially, when it wasn't pulled in on anyone's being pulled into anyone's actual work, were, hey, he needs like a new ratio, a new health ratio or something like that, right? To actually tune him out to do the things that we want to do. So I'm trying to establish better levers, not just in terms of ratios, but also just across the kit. And we'll, I'll introduce you
He's
to
gonna
some
be
of
the
those
new
things
Mundo.
later on. Another thing kind of related is to make Kled more future-proof, both design-wise and tech-wise. One of the reasons why we ran into this issue is that in the modern day, the reason why Kled is going assassin isn't because his assassin builds, being an assassin is like for some reason more synergistic because of changes to Kled than it was like 5 years ago, like prior to Mythics, right? The reason is more that we've built more damage items that are good for Kled in the first couple of slots, right? I think Eclipse and Cyclosword are the key two standouts, as well as Profane Hydra, as things that Kled can buy that let him access some important things that he needs, like the wave clear off Profane Hydra as an example. Some important things that are really powerful for him without sacrificing on his like ability to bridge into fighter builds. Previously, he didn't have items to do that. Now he has these items that bridge him into full damage builds that didn't previously exist. Again, like Eclipse and Profane Hydra. Profane Hydra, I think, is a bigger one. That allow him to go for these full damage builds. And this is not the only reason, right? Don't take this as this is the only reason why Kled is doing these full damage builds. It's a contributing factor is that we've made items that synergize really well with Kled building full damage. And so essentially what I'm saying is that in the olden days, what was holding Kled back from building full damage was probably less that fighter builds were more synergistic and more that the items didn't exist to bridge him into these full damage builds. And so we want to put him into a place where he wants to build fighter because he has the right outputs and inputs on his kit in order to make building fighter good, and that's the best thing that Kled can be doing by default. Tech-wise, Kled was kind of a mess.
True.
Unfortunately, the reality is that some champions are more complicated from a tech perspective than others, and Kled is certainly one of the more complex champions in terms of tech. He simply has very, very, very complex effects, right? His passive, both the management of mounting and dismounting, as well as the management of his health bar, is incredibly complicated from a tech perspective. His ultimate is also incredibly complicated from a tech perspective. And so one of the reasons why Kled bugs, even if they're well-known bugs, haven't gotten fixed in the past was because it's hard to fix Kled bugs, or was harder. Hopefully it'll be easier now. I've made some changes. And so part of these changes is that I did a lot of rescripting of underlying pieces of tech for Kled. Is that should make it easier to courage and remounting video, but the types, if we're comparing this to like the plumbing and instead what I've done is things that some players might not have appreciated as much in the recent past in terms of like rescripts. What I did for Kled here was not a full rescript of any single one of his spells. Instead, what I've done is basically, if we're comparing this to like the plumbing in a house, for example, some of the rescripts for champions, in the past, the recent past, like Warwick and Elise, would be the equivalent of like ripping out the existing plumbing in a house and just putting the new plumbing, wherever is up to modern, the modern standard, right? Like, okay, this is how we would do this in the modern day. That's how we're going to do it. What I've done for Kled is more along the lines of like, I've replaced a lot of old leaky pipes, and I have, done some new joins and rerouted a couple of pipes here and there, and like things are more efficient now. But the underlying structure of how the actual scripts and the tech works under the hood
אני חושב עליהם, אני כרגע מסתכל עליהם, רוצה להבין את כולם. מה קורה, something?
for Kled are pretty much the same. I've made a lot of smaller changes to make things more efficient, to make things less error prone, and to make things better. And I'm not going to talk too much about this going forward through the video because there's just not too much to talk about. But basically, TLDR is there's a lot of smaller scale rescripts and improvements for Kled that I've made here. That should make it easier to fix Kled bugs in the future, even if it's not me doing that. Another goal, let's just fix Kled bugs. We'll get to that at the very end of the video, but there's a lot of bugs that I've fixed and probably still a few more. I have a few more open that I would like to look at before 0.14. We'll see if I actually have time to do that, but at some point I'd like to get to them, even if it's not immediately in the future. Another thing that was added as a goal here is to get Kled more in line with modern standards, not just from a tech perspective, which that's certainly part of what this means, but also in terms of like visibility to counterplay and things like that. There are going to be a couple concessions on the kit that I'm going to be noting where in order to do a fairly large scale list, I needed to get to Kled, I needed to get Kled in line with some modern standards. In terms of visibility and readability to the champion. This is particularly referring to like courage and remounting. And again, we'll get to that soon, but these are the kind of overall fighter for the list. And of course, we'll get to that soon, but these are the kind of overall holistic goals for the list. And of course, the most important of them is to move the build, the primary build starting out. So let's get into the list.
Remount HP is granted at the beginning of the remount. Good, this is so good.
Starting out with the remount HP sequencing.
Yes.
So, the remount HP is now granted at the beginning of the remount sequence instead of the end. So for those of you who don't understand the exact mechanics of what the remount sequence is and like what we're talking about here, the remount sequence is what we call what starts when you reach 100 courage while dismounted. So on Kled, when you reach 100 courage, what happens on live is the remount sequence begins. This does a number of things. It like disables Kled's auto attack, and Kled starts playing the animation of him jumping up and getting on top of Skarl. Skarl starts running towards Kled. Your courage bar turns red. You hear the trumpet. All this stuff happens, but about a quarter of a second later, it's slightly more than a quarter of a second later, is when Kled finishes remounting. And get Skarl's health bar. Now, from a thematic point of view, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? Of course, you start the remount sequence when you reach 100 courage, and when the remount sequence ends and Kled is directly on top of Skarl, of course it makes sense that you get on top of Skarl. However, from a gameplay point of view, this doesn't really make sense, right? There is a reason why, if you look at the powerful defensive spells in League of Legends, unless they are very intentionally designed to be delayed, like Echo W, for example, basically every powerful defensive effect in League has one of two properties. Number one is it's either instantaneous, like say Echo Ult, or like Nasus and Renekton ults, it gives the defensive effect at the beginning of the cast rather than the end, right? As an example, this is why Set W gives the shield instantly when you start casting your W, not when the W lands, right? It turns out that over the years of in the early days of League of Legends, it was discovered that it's actually generally preferable for us to give defensive effects at the start of cast time rather than the end. The way that normal spells work, right? Like take Nasus ult, for example. When Nasus was originally made, when you pressed your R, you would hear the sound, you would see the effect, but until the cast time completed, you wouldn't actually have the max health. This was intentionally changed because it turns out that, maybe unsurprisingly, players do not like it when they press a spell that's supposed to give them a defensive effect, like health or healing or a shield or whatever, and they can hear and see the effects of that spell, and they don't actually have the health, right? For those of you who were playing in like Season 2, Season 3, you probably remember if you played Nasus or Renekton, you could press R, you would hear, Renekton say, whatever he says when he casts R, I don't remember. And you would just die during the cast time, right? You'd get big, you'd have the aura around you, and you could still just die without having the health. And there's lots of other spells that work like this in the game, to be clear. But these are good examples because now what I'm getting at here is basically that defensive effects we tend to be feels perspective about Kled that not only can we, this is one of the things that defensive effects we tend to treat a little differently. And this is one of the things that I generally believe to be most frustrating about Kled, that not only can we make it better from a feels perspective for the Kled player by giving the Scarl health at the beginning of the remount sequence, but it also just fits in line with the way that we make these kind of effects in the game, right? Because with Kled, when your bar turns red when you hit 100 courage and you hear the trumpets, it makes sense and it is in line with what is in the rest of the game that you would have your Scarl health, right? And this is something that I put this in. This was one of the first changes I put in for this list when I was testing this, over a month ago at this point. And this is one that I was pretty confident in. What made me really confident in 100% confident, yeah, we're just going to do this, was we have some lower skilled players and some lower skilled playtests at Riot. And so when we were testing these changes internally, I got this feedback multiple different times from different people who never talk to each other, weren't even in the same playtests, from lower skilled players, that when they were playing with this change list they actually understood better playing against Kled when they were supposed to fight him and when they weren't, when he was dismounted, right? One of the things that's really interesting about this is that this ties much closer together the input and the output of his remount, right? Because now when you get 100 courage, you get the health, right? Sure, there's there's some ceremony attached to it still, right? The rest of the remount sequence is identical. You still have to get up on Scarl and do all that stuff, right? But to be 100% clear, you get the health instantly when you reach 100 courage. So your bar turns red, you hear the trumpets, and you already have the health when you're hearing and seeing those effects, which makes sense, right? And this closer pairing of input and output not only makes the counterplay more clear of Kled, right? Even though it's effectively reducing the counterplay because you have less time, it's making it more clear what the counterplay is, and people can now better understand how Kled works. Even though he's strictly this change is strictly more power, right? Now, if you're, made the circumstances, it's still taking upwards of 3 seconds to remount most of the time. And because of that, much different. It definitely does make a difference from time to time, right? Because now, whereas previously, you would sometimes just die sitting at 100 courage before you got the health, you got Garen ulted or maybe even just auto-attacked or whatever, right? Sometimes that happened, and that won't happen anymore because you just get this thing a quarter of a second faster. I really believe that not only does this match the rest of the game and people playing against him, much power.
Okay,
It's great for the club player, good for the people playing against because now the counterplay is more clear. They failed, right? In situations.
Because then it's much more easier to kill a remounted Kled. So you have 3 seconds to just hit him for free, and then you just
where they failed
insta
succeeded, right? What your input. There were situations where
he goes back, he gets the health instantly, and then you can just bash him off again.
You played correctly, you got to 100 courage, but it's not clear whether you failed or whether the game failed you. Generally, I think this is one of my favorite changes in the list, maybe my favorite change of the entire list. Slide. Not a Kled now, it wouldn't even fit, and they also are distributed out. They're not all in one slide because they wouldn't even fit, and
dismounted Kled now gains 1 bonus health? Holy shit, that's gonna be a fucking nasty one.
Divided up. So, dismounted Kled now gains 1% of his bonus health as armor and MR, while, again, this is only while dismounted, increased by 20% for each nearby champion, which means if there are 5 nearby enemy champions, they have to be visible, by the way, you can get up to 2% of your bonus health as armor and MR. So why this mechanic, right? Well, Fighter Kled has a defensive incentive, right? When you remount onto Kled, you get a percentage of Scarl's health. Remount onto Kled. Remount onto Scarl, I mean. So when you remount on Scarl, you get a percentage of Scarl's health back, which is going to be lower. We'll get to that in a bit.
Okay, fair.
It's only slightly lower. But when you remount, you get a health back, and that is effectively a fighter-skewed lever because if you're building health, that all, of course, goes to Scarl because Scarl gets 100% of Kled's health from items and runes and all that, right? However, it's not any easier to remount on a fighter Kled build than it is on assassin Kled build. And so while yes, you do get more health back if you're a fighter Kled build, that doesn't actually make it easier to remount. And so this is the lever that I've added to essentially make it so that fighter Kled will have an easier time remounting. One of the reasons why I did this in this specific way, right, doing a bonus health ratio, is that in the past, one of the things I noted was in the past, not only was Kled more popular when there was better, resistance itemization for fighters, right? Over the years, we've moved fighter itemization away from resistances and more towards health. And so this is one of the changes that, like, not only do I think this is good, but it's also future proofing. This
is going to make Ravenous amazing.
You're building resistances.
She gets Thunder Sky.
Let's suppose we make a new fighter item that has resistances on it, if we wanted to do that. Dismounted Kled already gains the benefit of resistances, and that's why this is specifically a bonus health ratio, because health doesn't help Kled get remounted. It makes him get more value from remounting, but health itself doesn't help Kled actually remount. Now, I'm going to make a quick note here. I'm sure a lot of people are immediately wondering, like Kled players, right? A lot of the Kled players I talked to asked about, hey, could you make it so that some percentage of Kled's health, or the bonus health that you get, goes to dismounted Kled instead of all going to Skarl? The short answer is I tried that. The long answer is I didn't really like the results of what happened when I did that. For one, taking away health from mounted Skarl meant that I felt like I had to give Skarl more health. Because if you want to have an established fighter pattern and you want Kled to actually be able to stick to people and hit them while mounted, Skarl needs to be kind of tanky. You need to have a lot of health on Skarl. And so anything I did there, taking away health from Skarl, because you would end up being mounted less of the time again, but you would spend not enough time mounted to feel like you were playing a mount dismount champion. You would just, and that's the only champion, that's the only part of the champion I'm playing, which I didn't really like. So that problem aside, and then dismounted Kled also where Skarl got 100% of Kled's bonus health, and then dismounted Kled also got 10% of the bonus health, so you effectively got 110% bonus value from health, which I thought was kind of cool at the time. Like, intellectually speaking, it was like, oh, cool, I get to buy health and I get 110% value. Anyway, the end result, though, was that scaling was countered by, like, percent health effects, right? I think of, like, Mundo, Cho'Gath, Scion, right? The guys you look at, in-game, you look at these champions, you're like, oh, yeah, that's the health guy. Of course my Bork is shredding this Cho'Gath. Of course my Liandry is really good against him. Of course my Mordekaiser passive is shredding this Mundo, right? They're a health guy, right? Kled and Skarl, though, are not the health guy because they're the health guy. They're the health guy because of game mechanics, right? They need a lot of health to make the pattern function, but it's not really part of their core identity that they have a lot of health, right? And so from that perspective, I really dislike how powerful max health is against Kled. Max health damage is against Kled, particularly when he's dismounted. And giving him armor and MR, like resistances, helps hedge against that a lot, right? Most sources of max health damage are, physical or magic, right? Because there's not that much true damage in the game. Now, yes, this does still mean that when you're dismounted, Garanold is still going to dunk you. Yes, this means that Fiora Vitals are still going to dunk you when you're mounted or dismounted, right? Because they're true damage. However, most effects, right, again, you think of like the Mordekaiser passive or the Cho'Gath E or Liandry's or, name your favorite max health effect of any kind. This makes Kled a little bit more future-proof, and the enemy scaling part and the fact that it's resistances makes it very mid-game skewed, which is important for Kled because one of the things that was most critical, I think, when I was talking about keeping Kled, is that Kled is not a late-game scaling champion, right? He's not a champion that gets to level 16 and takes over the game in teamfights, right? He's a champion that should be effective in lane. He's a champion that should be powerful in the mid-game. And the price for that is that he's not going to be great late game. And resistances are really good for that because resistances don't scale super well to like 3+ items because everyone in the game that wants to kill you is going to have some kind of percent shred or some way to mitigate or mortal. And this per enemy scaling thing is there, number one, because I needed a way to teamfight skew this. We'll get to that in a second. That's going to be part of the next set of changes. And number two, to mid-game skew it, right? So that this isn't just like a mechanic that you just use to remount, over and over and over again. And want like bumping.
Okay, we got
something. If you have multiple Kled, and that is really important. defend, which means that when you reach is here to defend. Well, okay, this, so let's move on. Seems good,
Okay.
but it's hard to know exactly because we don't really have anything to compare it to.
Current gains from
Let's
last
move
inning.
on.
Good.
So these are a couple of changes that have to do with the last. Well, okay. The second change has to do with that last goal. Which let's go back to the goals. So get Kled more in line with modern standards. This is something where a lot of Kled players I talked to, particularly the lower skilled ones, didn't even know how this worked. But you get 20 courage when you get a takedown on someone within 3 seconds of damaging them. Because there's no visuals on this, it can be very confusing and very jarring. Not even for the the people playing against Kled, but also the people playing on Kled's team and so on. Again,
That's kind of big on the Assassin Kled.
Kled players didn't even know this existed or didn't know exactly how it worked. And this was one of the concessions that I had to make in order to make it more clear to everyone how and why Kled was remounting. And this is one of the reasons why Kled needs this scaling with nearby enemy. Cheat your remount was by killing someone. You would wait until you got dismounted and you would kill someone, sometimes with your, dismounted pocket pistol, dismounted Q pocket pistol. Since you don't have that now, it's important that Kled actually not at all in team fights. Since you don't have courage was really important to being able to actually remount at all in team fights. Since you don't have that now, it's important that Kled actually still has a chance of remounting in team fights, which is why he needs to get more resistances while you're dismounted based on the number of nearby enemy champions. This other change, this is just a change. I truly have no idea why this was like this, but if you look at Kled's courage gain while dismounted, everything is a multiple of 5, except this. I don't know why, but if you've ever played Kled and you've ended up, you're like, why do I have 98 or 99 courage right now?
Yes.
This is the only way that could happen. I just find it to be really bizarre. If everything is a multiple of 5, you're probably not supposed to have something that's a multiple of 4, because it's pretty rare that you're like last hitting an entire wave while dismounted to get up to like the 20 courage from this mechanic, or 24 if you whatever. That power I found. Let's move on. Very upsetting. Again, I don't know why it was like that. Yeah, let's move on.
Yes. Auto attack damage against champion modified from 80% to 85 to 100. Good.
So, this is a mechanic I personally do not like, but I believe many people will be happy to see this change. Dismounted Kled. A lot of people don't even know about this mechanic. In fact, actually, some Kled players I talked to didn't even know about this mechanic. But Kled's auto attacks against champions while dismounted deal 80% damage. So they deal 20% reduced damage. I wanted to just remove this mechanic entirely. However, unfortunately, it's really hard to do that because it turns out if you remove this mechanic, Kled dismounted does a lot of damage when in the early levels. So instead of removing the mechanic entirely, what I've done is make it scale with level. And the penalty is now, instead of being 20% of your auto attack damage at level 1, it's 15%. So essentially what happens is that over the course of the game, you out-level this penalty, and later in the game, your auto attacks, while they're dismounted, will deal full damage at level 16.
Yes.
At level 11, it's like not even that noticeable, right? It's only a 5% reduction at level 12, and this is basically a scaling buff. And I don't actually think the damage that Kled's dismounted auto attacks do is that important later in the game. Of course it matters. Is good for Kled. Like I think generally your auto attack should work the way that you think that they should work. Was in the early lane when mounting, and also the other problem I had was how sharp it made Kled's matchups.
Matchups? Okay, that is interesting.
This is something I'll be talking about a number of times throughout. Kled is what we call a high depth, low breadth champion. For those of you not familiar with these terms, breadth is basically how many different people play a champion, and Kled is low, right? Not a lot of people play Kled. Depth is a measure of how much the people that are playing the champion actually play them, right? Like how many games do they have on them? And Kled is a high depth champion, right? The people who play Kled tend to play a lot of Kled. This is in comparison to a champion who's like the opposite would be Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is a high breadth. Lots of people play Blitzcrank, but he's low depth. Most of the people who play Blitzcrank don't play very much Blitzcrank. And that's fine, right? That's good for Blitzcrank. And it's fine for Kled. It's actually, I would say, even good for Kled that he's a low breadth, high depth. That's a fine place to be, right? One of the reasons why I didn't want to entirely remove this mechanic, the reason why it does that is because there are some champions that simply cannot possibly kill a dismounted Kled. Right? If you've ever played Kled, you've probably played some matchups where you know it's very difficult or virtually impossible for them to kill you while you're dismounted in the first few levels of the game, which means you can like just go in and monkey trade on them and then get your remount off, and there's not much they can do about it, right?
Yeah.
If Kled's auto attacks while dismounted do full damage at level 1, not only is it hard to balance, but it also makes his matchup sharper, because the matchups where the champions don't have the ability to dismount him, those matchups get even better. And then we have to take power out of Kled's kit elsewhere. That is a good high depth top laner, because I think we generally should skew them more towards being a little less sharp, and this in a high percentage of your games. And bring on whatever your favorite Kled matchup is, right? To be clear, Kled isn't one of the sharpest champions in the game, right? That's like Teemo, Tryndamere, Singed, I think, are the top 3. And then I think like Malphite and Sylas have the sharpest matchup in the game individually, but like their typical matchups are not quite as sharp as those 3 champions I mentioned. Anyway, Kled is in the top 25% of matchup sharpness, I believe currently. But I didn't want to make his matchups more sharp, and there's some changes that we'll get to later that are intended to make. I do not like this mechanic. If I were making Kled today, I would probably redesign this a little bit, and I would give Kled a reward in terms of his auto attack damage for being mounted instead of a penalty for being dismounted. But this, I think, is a good, as harsh where we're at with this. Numbers here. Basically, the TLDR is that there is a lower penalty to your movement speed for being dismounted, but you're not quite as fast when you're running towards enemy champions. You have 10 less MS when you're moving towards enemies. You have 20 more MS if you're not moving towards an enemy, and you get your speed boost for moving towards enemies from a little bit further away. You can pick them up from a little further away. For range, by the way, 1400 is vision range. So if you see someone at the very edge of your vision range, you're not going to have speed against them. You're not going to get the movement speed for being dismounted and moving towards an enemy, but you do get it from pretty close to vision range. So if someone's just like trying to farm in lane, you'll pretty much always have it. If you're like you're in lane, they're farming in lane, you're there. Looking at like standards for this, crazy to me, like amongst champions, Vayne is 2000 on her passive, which is kind of crazy to me. But this range, from everything I could tell in Kled's scripts, it was supposed to be 1500, and it was actually pointing to the wrong value. 1200, I think this feels pretty good. It's probably slightly powered down, would at least to Mr. 20. Just and only I felt. Here are some nerfs. These are but nerfs that I needed. I felt like I needed to do in order to make Kled's remounting more consistent. Basically, I needed to make this is just when you remount. So pull power, right, for a number of these things, right? Things like instant remount and numbers that are on Kled's remount are kind of tuned for a world where he doesn't remount that much in larger scale fights. So if we're going to make that more realistic, it makes sense to make the remount a little bit less powerful. Health works. Yeah, because I think that's the thing that's the game. There is a difference here. Linear scaling to stat progression multiplier. This is what progression multiplier has. Let's get as stat progression on the or game power in terms of going to champion. However, if better, and that not entirely change that it is damage. But global isn't hell with a stat. And so the way it we're noticing, even if I'm trying power and mount dash timer. This is something where years ago, Phlox actually, one of the other designers, changed the remount timer to be exactly a quarter of a second rather than fuzzy, which is between a quarter of a second and up to like about half a second. The dismount dash timer was never like that though, and so I've changed it to be exactly 0.75 seconds. So every single time you dismount, you will be untargetable for exactly 0.75 seconds. Should make it more consistent for everyone in the game. I generally just consider this to be a positive, so not too much to say about this other than that
Honey.
I think that this version is just better. Now let's talk about dismounted Q. We're talking about dismounted Q first.
Ooh. Thank you, honey. Love you.
Because there's some changes here I have to talk about in relation to some of the other changes from the passive. So first, let's talk about the damage. The bonus AD ratio is down by actually a lot, 15% per pellet, which contributes a bit more than that to the total, max damage loss, because the max damage is 180% of the original pellet, because it's 20% for each pellet beyond the first, and there's 5 pellets, so that ends up in 180% damage. I did, by the way, think about making the math a little nicer, making it 25%, but the big thing here is the reason why this AD ratio is down is not because we're in this area game, level 11, it's only a 5% penalty instead of a 20% penalty, right? And so while dismounted, you're just doing a lot more damage with your auto attacks, which made me feel like I had to compensate the damage on dismounted Q. Otherwise, Kled became really, really, really dangerous, and like in a lot of cases, more dangerous while dismounted than mounted, which we do not want. And from like an overall more attack damage, but you will just not burst as hard as you once did. Of course, also this is a lower AD ratio, so it rewards you for stacking AD a little mounted Kled specifically. Scaling, which is really weird because this is just on your Q, ends slightly higher, but the thing is, keep in mind, because this is Q rank scaling, you're hitting this 10-second cool, ammo recharge time at level 9 instead of literally level 18. So this is a much harder spike in the mid game, or like honestly more so even in the early game. This charge time will be much, much, much lower. Think of like level 3, level 5, level 7, level 9. Your charge timer is much lower than it would be with this old model. And in general, this is something where I just don't think that the ammo recharge needs to be nearly as long as it is in the early game, for one. And for two, this is mostly going to be helpful to Kleds that have fallen behind, right? How often are you really, using, waiting for another Q ammo to come up while you're dismounted? Realistically speaking, unless you're really far behind and you're like having to use your Q to like get you out of range of people and you're not going forwards. So mostly this will be a buff to Kled when you fall behind, which I actually really like, because if you're getting a lot of value out of this cooldown, then you're gonna remount, and when you dismount, you already get 2 charges back anyway. So this ammo recharge time I don't think is like really that meaningful in terms of power. I think it's mostly just a nice feels thing for when you are behind, especially, and when you're in into matchups where it's very hard for you to remount. This will be nice, but this is mostly going to be a buff to the situations where Kled already isn't strong, which means it doesn't actually end up in being much power, but it does feel good, and it's nice to actually be able to use your dismounted Q a bit more often without worrying about, oh my god, am I gonna have to wait 18 seconds, wait like 20 seconds for another ammo. It'll be dismounted Q in terms of quality of life features. You behind circular. If someone leap strikes onto you or whatever, and it happens sometimes, but basically, to you, this we're that the dismounted Q will now check around Kled's 0 point. This is something that a number of Kled players, were complaining about in terms of quality of life features of like, yeah, it sucks when you get like queued on by jacks or you walk too far forward and you queue dismounted and you don't hit someone who's like inside of you or slightly behind you with your Q pellets. So that will no longer happen. There is now a small circular area inside of Kled's hitbox that is checked, and it is champ only on the dismounted Q for a few reasons I'm not going to get into. But basically, if someone jumps inside of you, if you like lease in Q2s into you, or Jax leap strikes onto you or whatever, and they're inside your model, you will hit them with your Q now. So that that problem that does happen sometimes that could be really frustrating, that should no longer happen. And if you have a clip of that happening, please let me know. And I will take a look at that. Let's talk about mounted Q. There's a number of changes here. I want to talk about one first. Which I think will be somewhat controversial amongst the Kled players from what I could tell, which is that the Q, when mounted, no longer applies grievous wounds on pull. So, this is something that I went back and forth on a little bit, but ultimately I decided to cut it. Remember earlier when I was talking about matchup sharpness, and also earlier when I was talking about power budget, and we needed places to pull power budget for things that are more feelable? Well, this is both. Right? This Grievous Wounds, not only does it make Kled's matchups sharper, but it also is power budget for Kled that is required, like it's power that we can pull out of Kled that isn't something that Kled himself is doing, right? It's only affecting things that are literally on your opponent, right? And I don't really find it to be particularly compelling. Fighting. I didn't really find that to be a compelling output for Kled's power. And we know that this is about roughly around like a little bit less than 1% win rate, right? When this was mechanic was added, I went back to the patch data and I looked and I said, okay, when this was added, it was 60% grievous wounds, so more powerful than the current version, which is 40, and it was about 1%. So we expect that the 40% version right now is probably about 1%. So imagine if I could tell you, like, this is not obviously not the exact trade-off you're getting, but like, imagine if I told you you can have grievous wounds on your Q, or you can have like 2 AD or 3 AD or something like that. It's like, I think most Kled players, if given that kind of trade-off of like, here's a little bit of early game power versus grievous wounds, most people would be much happier to just have the early game power than the grievous wounds. And so that's part of why I made this trade-off. I mean, of course, also I was looking for places to peel power, right? And so ultimately that's part of it. The other part is, like I was talking about with matchup sharpness, this does make Kled's matchups sharper, right? Against people who heal, you have a big advantage. And Kled was already generally favored in a lot of those matchups. Also, the other thing is that this line was intended from the very beginning to make Kled a pro play counter pick, and it never worked, right? This line did not get Kled into pro play as a counter pick to Aatrox or Renekton, which was the goal when this was added. You know, I was there when this was added, and I remember exactly why we did it. We did it to get him to pro play as a counter pick, and that never worked. So I just think that this mechanic isn't really something that's good for Kled, and so I've taken it out to make it so that the rest of the changes here, AD ratio down, right? This is to make it so that Kled is a little bit less rewarded for nerf the fighter. Other changes here. To support a fighter pattern, the slow amount on Q is a little bit lower, but it lasts for a longer duration. This is to make it more possible to get more auto attacks on people. Something I'll note is that I might need to nerf this duration, by the way. This is something we've been a little suspicious of in development for the last couple of weeks. So you can check it out there. But yeah, the slow stuff is auto attacking people. That was even when W is down. Other changes, this is something that was attempted before variable. So when he did it, control always worked 5 seconds. Pull damage previously was calculated is pull out. There are someone a pull timer extended this for the last couple of weeks. It seems really powerful. It might be out there. But yeah, the slow stuff is mostly to make
Looking
it
good so
to
far.
support a longer extended pattern where Kled actually is auto attacking people even when W is down. Other changes, this is something that was attempted before, where the pull timer, kind of what I was talking about before, like they have a small amount of variance on them. Someone attempted to make the pull timer exact in the past. I believe it was probably Phlox, probably when he did the remount thing. But there are 2 different buffs that control the pull behavior, and only one of them was exact. So they're not both be exact, so it will now always work exactly the way that it should. So it will now always pull people in exactly 1.75 seconds, which is what it's supposed to do. Other thing here, pull damage previously was calculated when you attached the bear trap to people, not when you actually pulled them. What I mean by calculated is it calculated the AD ratio, which of course with Conqueror means you are often losing damage here. So even though the AD ratio is lower here, what's funny is that because if you're taking Conqueror, your pull is actually going to deal similar damage, or in some cases even more damage, I believe, because before, if you Q someone, right, on live right now, if you Q someone on Kled and then you all in them because you hit your Q, right, you go E and you start auto-attacking them with your W, you give them the stab, you wouldn't get any benefit from the AD that you gained from Conqueror after the Q is attached, right? And that's a very common pattern. There's a lot of matchups where you just fish for Qs, and then if you hit your Q, you just all in them, right? Now, the AD ratio will be calculated when you actually pull them, which makes more sense. And that'll now get fit from Conqueror. This does probably make the Trundle matchup slightly worse because he'll chomp you and you'll lose AD, and that'll now get factored in, but whatever, it is what it is. So that part just makes sense. And then kind of similar to the thing I was talking about before with the 0 point, if you are jumped on by Jax or by Lee Sin or whatever, anyone who puts themselves in your 0 point, the mounted Q, the bear trap on a rope, will now check inside Kled's hitbox to make sure that it hits people who are inside of your model, or even slightly behind you in some cases. Again, please let me know if this does something that you didn't expect it to do, because it's possible I might need to retune this radius in the future. It's just a number that I can change. Only this one is however hits everything. I'm not going to get into the reason and stuff. EQ feature W. So another W. All right, so now let's talk about W. There are two different things for W. You'll see there's another W slide coming up. So two big feature changes for W. These are where the bulk of the new fighter incentives are going. So, number one, the cooldown for W is much higher, baseline. 13 to 9 instead of 11 to 5. Okay. There's also now a refund. When you attack a champion, when your W is on cooldown, you get a 1.5 second refund. Anything else, a turret, a minion, a plant, a ward, a baron, anything that isn't a champion, you get a 0.5 second reduction. Gangplank barrel also counts. Literally anything that isn't a champion, you get a half. There is now a reward for having higher attack speed on Kled. This I don't think actually makes him build attack speed items. There is now a reward for having higher attack speed on Kled, which I don't think actually makes him build attack speed items. It probably more just makes it so that like the attack speed rune shard and like alacrity are better, which is nice. And maybe Stridebreaker could be really nice sometimes. But hey, maybe there's a Bork Kled build out there because of this. Who knows? That would be cool, I think. Anyway, the big thing is that this is a reward that we can give Kled for attacking people while his cooldowns are down, actually sticking it out, right? This is part of why, if we go back to Q, I made this slow last longer. Because now there's actually a reason why when your cooldowns are down, you should fight people, right? Currently on live Kled, the only reason why you would fight people when your cooldowns are down is if you think they're going to die, or your cooldowns are about to come up, or you're dismounted, right? If you're mounted, there's no incentive to keep fighting when your cooldowns are down unless you're at a like large advantage, right? So because of this, I've added Kled for being, and now we have a tunable way to out while he's, how rewarded is Kled for being tanky and actually being able to scrap it out while he's mounted and like getting attacks off. This is how we're going to be able to tune that, or one of the big ways we're going to be able to tune that is with this, right? Because in the future, let's suppose we end up in a situation, I would say I'd cut it out, but my video editing skills are basically non-existent, so I'm probably just going to leave it in. My apologies. Anyway, so let's suppose we're in a situation where it's like, oh, Kled's not rewarded enough for attacking people or building tanky. Okay, 2 second cooldown reduction, 2.5. Kled's being too rewarded? Okay, 1 second, 0.75 second reduction, right? It's like we just have a lever now to tune Kled's ability to cycle through multiple W's in a single fight. And if you're in there, you're scrapping it out, you're getting these attacks off, you get to get your W back a lot. You can cycle through, like, I've had team fights where I've cycled through 4 Ws, which is really cool. If you're actually succeeding and you're getting your skills with attack speed, and then the cooldown still scales with haste. So if you do a build, like this is a build I did in a playtest a couple of days ago, Stridebreaker into Cleaver, which gives, of course, a bunch of haste. You have attack speed, and in that game I had Legend Alacrity, and I had the attack speed rune shard. I was just charging into people, Stridebreakering them to slow them down, getting my attacks off, just slapping them down. The haste works on this cooldown, and I'm not sure I was convinced. I was like, nope, this mechanic is really fun. It's this,
Yes.
W change. Again, please try it out. Please try this out on PB and let me know how it feels. So the other set of W changes, this is the big one. There's a lot of numbers here. What I want to point out is that there is now a bonus health ratio on the W damage. This is something that allows us to now tune bonus health ratio.
Uh-huh.
Later, they won't let us inside the Biklat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna call the police.
Okay.
On the W damage. This is something that allows us to now tune directly the damage of fighter Kled versus assassin, or like full damage Kled, in terms of rewarding Kled versus. This is something that allows us to now tune direct health
They're not allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
ratio on the W damage.
Let's getting changes on the PV right now to make it more finder oriented. That's exactly what we all wanted.
This is something that allows us to now tune directly the damage of fighter Kled versus assassin, or like full damage Kled, in terms of rewarding Kled for building health. Again, we have a defensive output that scales with health. Actually, now Kled has two because he has remounting and his dismounted resists. Now he has an offensive output that scales with health. Now, is this the right number? I don't know. It might not be. Maybe it is. But the important thing to note is that now that we have this lever, we can now directly tune the damage between between
לא, זה משהו קשור למקלט, זה לא קשור. זה משהו שקשור למקלט. וואלה.
assassin and fighter Kled in terms of their damage, which I think is really important to be able to do. Generally speaking, these numbers, right, you don't have to like do a bunch of math, I'll just tell you straight up. These numbers are intended to be, if you're building a normal fighter build, your damage on your W is going to be pretty similar to what it is on live. I think it's slightly less at the current numbers. Again, this might change slightly throughout the game. If you're building full damage, this damage will obviously be a little lower, because there's a health ratio on it. And it is possible, something I've been considering, it's possible that I've nerfed the bonus AD ratio a little bit too hard, and I should go back on this a little bit. Something I've been considering, don't know, again, not 100% set on this. I'll be reconsidering this before we ship the list. Overall, though, I've been really happy with how this has played out, because basically it means Fighter Kled still gets to deal a lot of damage while he's in there and scrapping it out, particularly because as a fighter, you also get more access to the refund because you're tankier, and you get lots of damage. This is what we want. This is what this is what Kled needs to be an actual effective fighter and to have the levers to be tunable in the future as a fighter. Another nice thing for W, or at least hopefully nice. Before, I don't know why, but there was a difference in attacking wards and plants. Basically, everything else we have in the game that has like a special interaction or like a unique self interaction that acts differently on wards. It works the same on wards and plants. For some reason, Kled's was different between wards and plants, so I made them the same, and I favored Kled here, where you get the attack speed, but you don't actually consume your W, just like you get with plants. So this will feel nice. Kled will now be very good at killing wards. So, you go, Kled support players, build your Umbral Glaive and go pop off on the wards or whatever if you want to. So you will not lose your W doing that.
Kled support, baby.
And you can get your refund if it's on cooldown for attacking wards. I think I mentioned that earlier. Let's talk about E. Couple of changes here. The big one is, of course, the ratio is down. This is a lot of ratio because it's 10%, and this is, you cast this twice if you hit the target. Hopefully, again, this is to nerf, full damage Kled, of course, and to reward Kled for, being a fighter. The bigger thing, or hopefully the things that people care more about, are one of the things I was most asked for was range indicator while E2 is active. I want to note this is not a full circle. It's not like Lee Sin's Q2 indicator. It is the arc indicator that a number of other champions use, like Nocturne's E tether uses it, Oriana's Ball uses it. I think we have like 7 or 8 other champions that are using the arc. It's pretty subtle. If you're not looking for it, you're probably not going to notice it. The reason why I went with something relatively subtle and not something brighter and more obvious is because Kled's Q indicator for the tether is already really loud and bright, and we don't want to spam champions with like a ton of UI that like might be distracting or like might cover things. Minimal indicator is that there is now a tracker on the HUD, the square indicator. If you've seen like Camille Q2 or like Pike R, the recast indicator on those, it's the same as those. It just shows you exactly how long you have to recast the E2. Should be nice, hopefully. R. This is the only spell.
לך על זה, שאל. רגע, בוא נראה את השינויים.
On Kled's
עם attack move, אני משתמש ב-attack move, משתמש בכפתור A. רק שנייה, בוא נקרא את זה.
Kit that is dealing a different type of damage. This is dealing magic damage. So, let me explain why. A lot of people, I'm sure, are going to look at this and say, oh, it's to nerf lethality. That's actually not really why. This is actually 100% to do with percent penetration and not really anything to do with flat penetration. So the reason why I changed the R to magic damage is because if Kled is a fighter, the percent, the way that he has to deal with people that have armor is Black Cleaver. And Black Cleaver is purely backloaded, whereas Kled's ultimate has essentially negative synergy with Black Cleaver, right? You can't get Kled's full ult damage on someone that you stack a Cleaver on, because you need to be really far away in order to stack up the ult charge in order to get the damage of your ult off. Which means it has deep anti-synergy with Cleaver, which is part, I think, of why in the modern day he's building items like LDR and Cyrildas and things like that. We don't really want him to do that because those are full damage items that are going to lead him down a very different path than what we want if we want Fighter to be the default build. What that meant was that basically, as long as the ult is physical damage and it deals a lot of damage, there's a lot of incentive to build, LDR/Cyrildas/Mortal. So my solution to this was to say the ult doesn't deal physical damage. There was another solution, which is that the ult doesn't, I could just make the ult deal less damage, so there's less incentive to do that. But I think it's actually healthy and good for Kled for his ult to deal a lot of damage. I think you should be rewarded for ulting into a target from long range. So because of that, I felt like I needed to change the damage type. I did for about 3 seconds.
Thank you, honey.
Consider making it true damage, but true damage scales really, really well, and in keeping with all of the principles that I've been talking about, we don't really want Kled to scale super hard. So, magic damage. Magic damage, I think, works really well, because even 80 carries late in the game, like level 18, have almost 100 armor now, whereas they only have, I think it's 52 MR at level 18. And so this is mitigated less, and that's why the damage is changed in the AD ratio.
That's fine.
What's your plan today?
We're gonna put them inside and then we're gonna... It's okay, it's gonna be okay.
Where
Yeah.
are you going to stay?
To the school. It's okay, we're gonna be...
Think it's safe to be in that place?
Yes, yes. It's gonna be okay.
I wish the room is open.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, Mahal.
Is down by a fair amount, is that there's more base damage here, so that it's still good, regardless of your build, but it can't scale as hard, specifically because we need Kled to not one-shot people. Okay, again, sorry about the sneezing. My allergies are a bit rough these days. Anyway, so yeah, the reason why I nerfed the ratio a bit was because I tried a version where I changed it to magic damage without changing the numbers on the ult, and I ulted into someone and into an 80 carry and did 1,000 damage, and then he literally thought it was bugged, and I was like, no, that's just the damage it does, and I said, well, yeah, that's probably not right. Anyway, so that stuff aside, again, this is all about percent penetration. This is about making sure that Kled has synergy with backloaded things like Black Cleaver specifically. And so that you don't actually have to build percent pen so that your ult kills people to be effective in mid-game fights and skirmishes and stuff. Also, thank you for the recommendation from a few different people. There is now an override similar to the override for like Pantheon Ultimate and what else? Nocturne Ultimate, like all the globals and stuff that have the override where it like says who's in range and who's slightly out of range. It has the exact same thing. So that's there now. So that's the full list of changes. That's the whole thing. I'm going to talk about a couple of things that I either considered or tried and are not in here that that a lot of the Kled players talked about. So passive cooldown. This is something that I really wanted to lower, and I had a number of different versions of lower passive cooldown in. However, I found it really difficult when talking with people. Remember that first goal I had, or no, it's not the first goal, the last goal I had about keeping him in line with like modern readability standards. I found it really difficult to justify changing the passive cooldown when I was making a list where I was making a claim that like yeah the counterplay is more clear and more understandable and more accessible in a lot of ways. It's like okay, but if I also lower the passive cooldown, there are some moments, even though I don't think the passive cooldown actually matters a lot of the time, there were some moments that we ran into in tests where it's like there were just some really shocking things happening. Not necessarily to say that they were
you don't really need necessarily the passive cooldown because you already get the AD, so it makes dismounting Kled a lot more dangerous as it is. So he's not gonna feel shitty as dismounted as much as he was before. So it basically can stay on top of people when you're a fighter. So you can do your shtick and you're still gonna do good.
Wrong, or that we couldn't sustain the power of them, but just really, really surprising and like in some ways expectation breaking things that were happening with the passive cooldown. This is something I will be considering in the future, like thinking about in the future of like, could we lower the passive cooldown sometime in the future? Again, it's something I'll be thinking about. I suspect that there is a good way to do it, but it's not something I want to do as part of this list because of the importance of keeping to readability and understandability of like Kled's remount sequence in general. And so because of that, I didn't feel comfortable changing the passive cooldown, although again, I think it could go down. Another thing that a lot of Kled players asked me for was percent penetration or percent AD, things like Ambessa's ult passive or Pantheon's ult passive. Short answer is those effects scale really, really, really hard. If you look at Pantheon's power curve before and after that percent penetration was added, Pantheon's power curve is a lot less sharp, right? Than it was before then, right? Before that was added, he was a much, much, much more early game skewed champion. And the main thing I was afraid of, in addition to the fact that I don't want Kled to scale well, but also that tuning Kled around percent pen means that his numbers have to go down a lot, which also has problems with Kled in that Kled already isn't a great champion for interacting with minions. He already, feels pretty pressured to buy a Tiamat, and lowering his numbers across the board would make that worse. Yes, I could raise the minion mod on Q, and I could even put one on E and add that, right? I could do a lot of things to mess around with that, but there's a lot of awkward things I would need to do, like a lot of additional complexity that would need to be added in order to even consider adding percent pen to Kled's kit, because it is just a massive damage amplification that essentially scales with your opponent's levels, right?
I'm gonna put them inside now, okay? We'll be right back, fellas. Hey! Rega! Abaita. Hey! Rega. Shvi! I'll be back. Did we miss anything? Shall I not fight there? אוקיי, טוב. Okay, back on track.
And that's really scary from the perspective of someone who doesn't want to make Kled scale super well, because I want him to be as good as he can be in the laning phase and in the mid game, because that's where Kled players want him to be powerful. Same thing, by the way, is true for percent AD. Something I did consider, and this is something that maybe at some point in the future I might be able to revive this work. Something I considered but did not try was thinking about, like, remember when I was talking about the having a reward for Kled being mounted rather than a punishment for being dismounted? Something I was considering was like lowering Kled's AD across the board and then giving him a percent AD steroid or something like that when he's mounted, like a small one. Could be kind of cool, but overall, again, that'd be a lot of work. It's risky, and the benefits are kind of nebulous, so I didn't want to do this here because there's already a lot going on with this list and a lot of new incentives, and like I didn't need to add even more complexity on top of that. But again, I think that kind of thing could be something that, could be considered in the future, if, someone were working on Kled at some point in the future. Anyway, to kind of sum it up, basically what I'm getting at here is I didn't think any of these things were necessary for this list to kind of work the way that it should work, and do the things that it needs to do and to meet the goals. I think there are some things we could consider in the future in some of these spaces, but ultimately, I didn't think they were, necessarily a good fit for this list in particular. Then here's a feature I'm very excited to talk about. So, like I said, I did a lot of rescripting of Kled, like a lot of under the hood work to make it so that in the future it would be easier for people to change Kled, easier for people to fix bugs, etc. In my lengthy explorations of Kled scripts, I found a large block of commented out script, which was pretty clearly labeled as a system for Skarl to look at nearby jungle camps. So I tried enabling it, and it didn't work. However, with a little bit of work, I don't know, it was like 20 minutes or something like that, I was able to get this to work again. Now, I'm pretty sure I know why this script was commented out originally. I dug through the original submit history, couldn't find, no one seemed to state exactly why it was removed. But this entire system is basically functional of if you're out of combat and you're mounted, Skarl will look around at nearby jungle camps, which I think is very cute. And it's kind of a cool, fun system to use. Or not to use. You don't use it. You just have it. The reason why it was disabled is at the time Kled was being made, there were problems with the server sending animation information to the clients that shouldn't have had that information. If you remember back in the day with Zombie Brand, Zombie Brand for a while had an issue where he would play the animation of him, putting out his zombie arms and like, oh, I'm moving towards a champion. If you were moving towards a champion in a brush that you couldn't see, because back then, animations were a little more server authoritative than they are now, and we didn't have as many good, efficient ways to check for vision as we did back then. In fact, when I enabled this script initially, after fixing it up a little bit, Skarl was just looking at camps regardless of whether you have vision of them or not. However, in the modern day, we have a lot of fixes for those kinds of problems, and so I fixed it up, and now the system will be going live. Skarl will be looking at nearby jungle camps. If you're out of combat, the camp is alive, and you can see them. So let me know if you see any problems with this system, but as far as I could tell in tests, it just looks very nice, and it's just kind of a nice bonus feature for Skarl. So yeah, hopefully that's nice, and hopefully people appreciate it, because it took me a bit of work to get it up to modern standards, let's say, but I think it was worth it. Now, let's talk about bug fixes. I'm going to be going through all the current bug fixes. I will note there are some actually more bug fixes that I'm going to list out in this video, but some of them are like things that I don't want people experimenting with currently on live that can cause some game problems, like hitches, like server hitches and stuff like that. And then there are a couple of others that are on my plate that I am hoping to have fixed for 0.14, but haven't actually gotten to yet. So starting out with the other champions, Lulu ult on live. If Kled is mounted, it heals him extra, heals him for Skarl's base HP basically. Obviously that's not correct. This is actually not an old bug. This is relatively recent. Well, I say relatively. It's about a year-old bug. This is caused by some changes that were done to Lulu's ultimate last year for a couple of different reasons. Basically, I have made some changes to have the things that they wanted in Lulu's ultimate, but without the undesirable interactions with Kled's health bar. So that hopefully is a nice improvement to just the game. I guess there's not much else to say about it. The other one, this is one of the sets of bugs. I'm listing these as two separate bugs, by the way, because they actually are two separate bugs. Much as people probably assume that this is one singular bug with Renata W, it's actually two separate different bugs that I had to fix. Renata W, if you've ever played Kled a lot and you've ever been revived by Renata W, you know that your health bar just gets ruined. By the way, if this happens to you on live before 0.14 and you're angry about it, you can Alt F4, reconnect to the game, and your health bar will be fixed. So there is a workaround, though obviously it's not a great one. But I have fixed both the bug where your health bar gets broken, so you will now reload your health bar basically when Renata W ends on you if the buff triggered, so that it will reload your correct Skarl health bar. Second, previously it would look like you were mounted on your health bar while you were under the effects of the Renata W health decay. That no longer happens. It now just looks like regular health. It doesn't look like gray health. That is something that was out of scope for this. I would have needed some engineering time to make that work, but it'll at least look normal instead of, confusing everyone in the game by making it look like Skarl's health. So should be a lot more clear. Yeah, this was a tough one to fix. I will say that straight up, but worth it for sure. This one is one I wanted to give a quick shout out to the Champs team. The Champs team fixes bugs every sprint, so every 2 weeks they pull in a certain number of bugs. They were when they were looking at through their bug backlog. This is one they tossed over to me a couple of weeks ago when they were looking through these. This one I want to note is actually already on live, but I fixed this as part of this list. I just shipped it to live separately because Champs team asked me to. So basically, yeah, thanks to Champ team for finding this one and getting me the support needed to actually fix this. So again, this one's already live, but it is essentially a part of this list, so keep it in there. Okay. Passive fixes. There's a number of these, most of which aren't super impactful, some of which are, like this middle one here. Basically, there's a couple of weird things. Health regen. This is just like a weird thing of like, yeah, Kled remounting. Like the way that he was adjusting his stats when mounting and remounting was like done in a very old way, and so there, and also delayed slightly. So you could be slightly. I forget which direction it was, but I think it's when you dismount. I think you would lose health. You would potentially lose a very small amount of health regen for a quarter of a second, and then when you remounted, you would actually sometimes gain an extra amount of health regen for a quarter of a second. It might have been the other way around. I don't remember, but basically some old tech was being used here that was causing some problems when interacting with the mount and remount. So it's fixed now. Doesn't do this. This one is actually really funny. So basically, I can tell from the way the old scripts were set up that the original version of the dismounted attack penalty was that Kled used to lose AD when he was dismounted. Now, the thing is, that script was still running. And it was supposed to be referencing a value that was 0. So theoretically, it was supposed to be, okay, you're dismounted, how much AD do you lose? And it was always supposed to be 0. Now, aside from the fact that it's obviously inefficient to every single time Kled is dismounted, check how much AD he's supposed to lose and return 0. And by the way, it's been doing that for like 10 years. That was inefficient, right? But it should have been 0. However, at some point, someone redid the table that Kled was referencing, like his like sort of like a variable table, if you're familiar with those, basically. And instead of removing 0 AD. It was instead removing a very, very, very small fractional amount of AD. Essentially, not literally the minimum, not min float, but something close to that, like basically like a rounding error. It'll no longer do that. In fact, Kled will no longer lose AD when he's dismounted at all. This is a good time to talk about this. I guess while I'm talking about the variable table, that's the old system. I've updated Kled to use an entirely new system, which is why I found this bug in the first place. Is I was just like looking for all the places that Kled was referencing the old like variable table that he's no longer using at all. And so that's completely gone. And this mechanic is completely gone. So you will no longer lose any AD, even though I doubt this really ever mattered. It's just such a small amount that it's like it's hard to even like, even if you're looking for it, like if you went into like on live, you loaded up a custom and you like calculated damage between like armor and health regen, and like the fact that the values that you see are rounded, and only the server is keeping the unrounded values, it's very, very, very hard to tell that you were losing any AD while dismounted. So yeah, anyway, not much to say about that. Kled no longer destroys Triumph Missile when dismounting. This one is a special shout out. Thank you to Etlios, the QA, helping me out on this project. He basically, and I told him about this bug when I was looking into the initial fixes. He basically went and fixed this all on his own. So thank you very much. This is basically just some things were set incorrectly. This is not just Triumph, by the way. When you dismounted, you would destroy any missiles targeting you, including allied ones, which is obviously not correct. So, for example, if you were getting a shield from like an allied Moonstone Renewer, you would destroy that missile as well. There's probably some other examples of allied missiles that are useful. I don't know, Airy is one, I believe, as well. I don't remember if Airy's functionality is actually attached to the missile or if that's just visuals. Some of them are visual only. But Triumph Missile is actually a real... like the gameplay is actually attached to the missile itself, and so that you will no longer destroy your Triumph. And yes, if you're wondering like what this actually means, yes, if you kill someone and then you dismount while the Triumph is coming to you, you don't get the gold and you don't get the healing on live. That will no longer happen. This one is a weird one. There's basically a set of conditions you could come up with where, like if Kled gains or loses a sufficient amount of max health, where his health bar would look incorrect, or his dismounted health would visually show an incorrect amount until you dismounted, which I fixed. Not too much to say about that. This one is really funny. Something that no one noted as a bug, but it's actually pretty easy to replicate, is if you don't end a courage amount on 50 to 59, your courage bar will never turn yellow. So like, as an example, if you auto attack 4 times without queuing, you go 15, 30, 45, 60. You pass over 50 to 59, and your courage bar never turns yellow. It's kind of crazy that this has been in the game for this long. As far as I can tell, this has just been on Kled since he released. No one ever noticed that, like, hey, sometimes this bar doesn't turn yellow when he's above 50%. What's up with that? TLDR, someone moved some logic around and put some logic in the wrong place, and so it wasn't changing your bar to yellow when you're above 50%. It was only doing it under these conditions because the opposite condition, or the condition of 60 or above, had some other specialized logic that it was running instead. Now it just always makes sure it's always yellow, so this bar will always be yellow. Dismounted W damage will now always be correctly applied if you are taunted or silenced. This is a really bizarre one. Basically, there were some flags set incorrectly, very deep inside of Kled's scripts. Not too much to say about this one. It's just, hopefully this will improve your Garen matchup and your Shed matchup a little bit. Nice bug fix. E can no longer hit targets twice. This one was reported to be multiple times as E can damage minions twice, but after investigation, I discovered that it can actually hit anything twice on live. For example, if you're fighting a champion and they flash into it, they can actually just get hit twice very easily. I'm sure this happens on live from time to time. It's not that common. The minion one is quite common because Kled knocks minions in the direction that he's Eing, which makes it pretty easy to do this if the minion is slightly behind you. Now the E will not be possible to hit the same target twice with the same E. Again, to be clear, this doesn't refer to E and E2. This refers to each individual cast of E. Can't hit the same target twice now, which will include minions, it'll include champions, it'll include literally anything. So, nice bug fix there. R. So I have some good news and some bad news about R. some good news is I was able to fix some bugs. So bad news is not every R bug could I replicate or could I guaranteed fix because I couldn't replicate every bug. I wasn't able to fix them. If you have clips of bugs with the R happening on the PB or after this patch ships, please let me know and send them over to me because I would love to look at them and see if I can do some fixes in the future. But basically, there are several significant bugs that I think about with the R. One of the big ones is there was a clip of this on the Kled main subreddit like a month ago or something like that. Of sometimes when someone is like moving in and out of a bush, as you ult past them or ult through them, they just won't get picked up. This I understand exactly why it's happening. Basically, the reason why is that Kled's ult checks instantaneously on anyone that enters the range, but if they're not in vision when they enter the range of the ultimate, they get deprioritized essentially, and they don't get checked to see if you have vision of them that frequently. I have made that frequency much higher, so this basically shouldn't happen really anymore, where you like pass through someone who's like popping in and out of a bush or whatever. But there is another one, this bottom one, where there's a bug I had some clips of that where Kled would ult and he would like stall out, like just slowly start ulting against someone who was like just outside the range when you cast R or like just inside the range when you cast R. Sometimes the ult wouldn't lock onto them instantly. The problem I had with this was I couldn't replicate this internally, so I've redone the logic for the startup check of R, which it already had one, but I've hopefully made it a bit more comprehensive. So, again, does this work properly? I'm not entirely sure. Again, I couldn't replicate the issue, so I don't know. But again, if you see this bug on the PB after these changes are on, or on the 0.14 or further patch, please send me a clip, and I will take a look into it, but I'm not sure about that. This one is a pretty funny bug. I'm pretty sure this has been on Kled since he released. It basically just he has some specific references to the Elixir of Iron trail in his ultimate, because I'm sure he was originally using, like for testing purposes when he was made, I'm sure he was originally using the Elixir of Iron effect and was improperly referencing this. And so there's conditions under which you can still access this logic and get that removed. Anyway, so this is it for Kled. This is the whole thing. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to everyone that I talked to. Thank you, Soul Mario. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys this video. I hope everyone. All right, hello and welcome to a Kled video, or more specifically, a video about some Kled changes that, as of me uploading this video, should be on the PB either later today or tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure about the PB deploy schedule. But should be soon. Basically should be on the PB during the 0.14 cycle, and should be going live in the 0.14 patch as well. So this is a set of changes.
TLDR, Kled, we're gonna make America great again. Just saying. Kled is gonna make America great again. Hey, free stuff. What do we got? Steam Warlight, I'm gonna. So bad. I get that's kind of good. Let's go. Alright, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Wifey needs me. Yeah. Be right back 10 minutes.
Yes. Suck my dick, bitches. Oh, you're dead. There we go. Big. There's always a W. Don't fuck up! Oh, wow! Holy shit! I'm the fucking goat. Holy fuck. I was not expecting to survive this. Let's go. Alright. Alright. Bits of the pieces. Go on. Go on. לא, זה לא שהג'אנגלר הם נובים.
Oh, he's still here. You're literally gonna die for it.
It's gonna take a while for me.
That's alright. I can't win him alone.
Ally has been slain.
I'm ready.
Oh, he's coming back. Ah, fucking dead. You should win him, right?
I'm gonna die too.
Ah, nah. My bad.
Over. It's over.
It's might be there.
Bye-bye. Oh, מתכנן דייב עליי, בן זונה. בן זונה, אחי! מי חושב שהוא? מי חושב שהוא? Okay. Let's see you playing this one, bitch. Whoa there. Whoa. Whoa there.
Okay.
Challengers, baby.
הגנתי בכינור, אני לא אמיר בניון, אין לי כזה, זה מנהל, לא, אף פעם לא הייתי בכוכב נולד, איפה הצ'אט? אבל אני שר מהלב, זה כל הקטע, זה הקונטנט. מהלב, מהלב, אבל אני שר מהלב.
Yeah. Let's go. Ah, fuck. There we go. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, no, 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 we had a fucking... We had a battery. Ah, we had a fucking battery. We had a battery. We had a battery. We had a battery. Holy shit. Yeah, we had a battery. Gonna swap it real quick.
Don't try and understand them. Just rope, throw, and brand them. Oh, I got this. That way. The Badger's demanding.
Lo, I pressed, dude. I fucking pressed.
An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy double kill.
Bugged. It bugged. It bugged. It bugged. It bugged. I can't believe it fucking bugged, dude. There we go. Oh, let's go.
Slain an enemy.
Blade. I knew it. Fucking rock solid piece of shit. Massive. Oh, it's just...
An ally has been slain.
Well, maybe I am looking to start a fight. Don't you run off on me! Scarl!
Chocho.
We find a gas cow!
You have slain an enemy.
Damn, Godkin. Oh shit. Wait, Cartus, I'm beating the fuck away.
כמובן, חבר'ה, מה אתם אומרים? אנחנו משיגים את המאסטר היום קל? משיגים את המאסטר היום קל? אנחנו נלחמים ראש בראש מול הטובים של אירופה. אנחנו הולכים להראות להם איפה משתין הפאקינג דג. What the fuck? What the fuck? יש לי ציפור פה! נכנסה לי ציפור! מישהו ראה את זה? What the fuck? What the fuck? נכנסה ציפור! הצלת פתוחה!
Body is a mirror reflection of the sacrifice you make in the kitchen and the gym. The discipline to say no to short-term temptation over long-term pride. The discipline to get up, to drag yourself
Let's go, Clipper. Clip. Okay, guess it's all muted then.
Oh shit.
Shut down.
No!
Enemy double kill.
I fight better when I've had my medicine.
Oh shit.
Killing spree. You have been slain.
I don't know, did it right? Ah!
Has been slain.
I don't need nothing but this axe. And this gun. Where you been? Huh? Ah! Come on, kid. I never needed you no how. And he ain't even had the indignity to call himself a demon. Skull! Skull!
Has been slain.
We're getting places. Our team is winning.
An ally has been
Hopefully.
slain.
Oh, you know. That's all right.
I guess. So let's make the mixture. Make the mixture for the rice with the mushroom sauce. I would say. Let's give it some good old mixture as sauce, since this is a good sauce. Some good sauce mixing in. Yep. Giving it that moisturized texture. Like
לא מאמין לך!
An ally
וואו, אני פשוט הבן אדם הכי unlucky שיש היום. סקרו את. רץ עליו.
An ally has been slain.
Don't get weird on me.
You have
בן סונה תפסתי.
slain an enemy.
Nabbit, you're gonna get us killed.
To you, you don't get the gold and you don't get the healing on live. That will no longer
Happen
happen.
all the time. Happen yesterday. Happens
This
all
one
the time.
is a weird one. There's basically a set of conditions you could come up with where, like if Kled gains or loses a sufficient amount of max health, where his health bar would look incorrect, where like, or his dismounted health would visually show an incorrect amount
Yeah, that
until you
happened all the
dismounted. Which
I
I fixed.
am
Not too much to
winning.
say about
Yes,
that.
I am winning, fellas. I am winning.
This one is really funny. Something that
Okay, we gotta take
no
another
one
10
noted
minutes
as a
break.
bug,
I'm
but it's
sorry,
actually
fellas.
pretty
I need to.
easy to replicate.
I
Is
take a
if
10-minute
you
break.
don't end a courage
Wait,
amount
Colbacetto.
on 50 to 59, your courage bar will never turn yellow. So like as an example,
What happened? They changed like a bunch of stuff on Kled. Kled Fighter Reshape coming next patch in 3 weeks.
if you auto attack 4 times without queuing, you go 15, 30, 45,
Yeah, you pointed this
60.
out.
You pass over 50 to 59, and your courage bar never turns yellow. It's kind of crazy that this has been in the game for this long. As far as I can tell, this has just been on Kled since
It should go on PB either today or tomorrow, I think. I think it's before Wednesday.
at least. No one ever noticed that, like, hey, sometimes this bar doesn't turn yellow when he's above 50%. What's up with that? TLDR, someone moved some logic around and put some logic in the wrong place, and
that
so
bug,
it wasn't
I've
changing your
complained
bar to
about it
yellow when you're
forever.
above 50%.
It's been a really
it was only
long
doing it
time
under
bug.
these conditions because the opposite condition, or the condition of 60 or above, had some other specialized logic.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird because like you like, at least for me, like you instinctively click back when you're remounting to like try to create space or like flash or whatever, but like you have to like break the habit of doing that because like why would I need to? I'm instantly getting the health.
Running instead.
I don't need to
now
worry at all if I get 100
always make sure
courage.
it's always yellow. So this bar will
I
always
can just
be
keep
yellow.
going.
Dismounted W damage will now always be.
I mean, this was obviously a really obnoxious bug that was fixed like 5 years ago and then instantly came back, and then it's been in the game ever since.
Correctly applied
Extremely
if you are
obnoxious
taunted or
bug.
silenced. This is a really bizarre one. Basically, there were some flags set incorrectly, very deep inside of Kled's
Because I mean,
scripts.
Garen
Not
and Shen, especially this past like year or two, have been so popular. So every time against Garen Shen, it's constantly happening.
much to say about this one. It's just hopefully this will improve your Garen matchup and your Shen matchup a little bit.
That's what I said.
Nice bug fix. E can no longer hit targets twice.
So-
This one was reported to be multiple times as E can damage minions twice, but after investigation, I discovered that it can actually hit anything twice
And it's because I only mentioned the minion.
on live.
I didn't
For
mention
example,
that.
if
I
you're
knew it worked on
fighting a
champs.
champion
No.
and they flash into it, they can actually just get hit twice very easily. I'm sure this happens on live from time to time. It's not that common. The minion one is
tried to
quite common
sneak it.
because
God
Kled
damn.
knocks minions in the direction that
Wait,
he's
don't clip that.
which makes it pretty easy to do this if the minion is slightly behind you. Now the E it will not be possible to hit the same target twice with the same
It
E.
like never happened.
Again, to be
against
clear,
champs.
this doesn't refer to E and E2. This refers to each individual cast of E. Can't hit the same target
Don't
twice
clip
now.
it,
Which
don't.
will
I
include
thought you guys
minions,
were on my side.
champions will include literally anything.
I'm
So
the fucking goat. Holy fuck. I was not
Nice bug
expecting
fix
to survive
there.
this.
Let's see. R charge.
R. So I have some good news and some bad news about R.
What?
Some good news is I was able to fix some bugs. So bad
The bad news is he's doubled the bugs.
news is not every R bug could I replicate or could I guaranteed fix.
Yeah, I
because
helped with some of
I
the
couldn't
changes,
replicate
yeah.
every bug. I wasn't able to fix them. If you have clips of bugs with the R happening on the PB or after this patch ships, please let me know and send them over to me
No, so
because I would love to look at them and see if I can do some fixes in the future.
We're
But
still here.
basically, there are several significant bugs
What
that
the fuck? I didn't know this was even a bug. His R would sometimes remove your iron pot trail if you have a pot. So weird. I mean, does it even matter? Because your R move speed would always be way more than iron pot. So I guess you would never notice anyway.
I think about with the R. One of the big ones is there was a clip of
How
this
would you
on the
notice that?
Kled main subreddit like a month ago or
What's
something like
your
that.
problem?
Sometimes when someone is like moving in and out of a bush, as
My
you
bad.
ult past them or ult through them, they just won't get picked up. This I
Yeah,
understand.
that happens a lot. Sometimes people will dodge your ult by just being in the bush, even though you like see them in the ult. Like once you do go in the bush, you just won't track them, even though you have vision of them.
And exactly why it's happening.
Yeah,
basically.
and Graves smokescreen a lot. Yeah, it would happen against Graves a lot. He would W you and just walk through you. Also, why did his W even work if you're CC immune? I feel like that should count as a CC.
The reason why is that Kled's ult checks instantaneously
I
on
haven't-
anyone
we
that
haven't
enters the
mentioned the
range,
pathing yet.
but if they're not in vision when they enter the range of the ultimate, they get deprioritized essentially, and they don't get checked to see if you have vision of them that frequently. I have made that frequency
Yeah, I
much
mentioned the
higher, so this
CC
basically
moves
shouldn't
that-
happen really
that CC
anymore,
him out of the ult,
where you
yeah, and
like
change
pass
traps.
through someone who's like popping in and out of a bush or whatever.
That was recent.
But there is another one, this bottom one, where there's a bug I had some clips of where Kled would ult and he would like stall out, like just slowly start ulting against someone who was like just outside the range when you cast R, or like just inside the range when you cast R. Sometimes the ult wouldn't lock onto them instantly.
Dude, sometimes they're right in front of you. Like not right outside the range, barely. Sometimes they're directly in front of you and you don't track them. That's happened a bunch.
My head with this was I couldn't replicate this
Hey,
internally,
Pikachu.
so I've redone the logic for the startup check of R, which it already had one, but I've hopefully made it a bit more
Pikachu.
comprehensive.
What do you mean by the QE buffer?
So Again,
sometimes it makes literally
does this
no
work
sense.
properly? I'm not entirely sure.
Hopefully that
again,
works.
I couldn't replicate the issue, so I don't know.
Yeah, it felt
but
random. It
again,
felt
if you see
random.
this bug on the PB after these changes are on, or on the 0.14 or further patch, please send me a clip, and I will take a look into it. But I'm not sure about that. This one is a pretty funny bug. I'm pretty sure this has been on Kled since he released. It basically
The two
just
hitbox changes, dude.
he has some
thank
specific
God.
references to
Like,
the Elixir
thank
of
God,
Iron
literally.
Trail in his ultimate, because I'm sure he was
Oh,
originally.
the R buffer issues. Yeah, I did report that. I don't. They haven't said anything about changing that though. Is Kled mid dead after the changes? No, I don't see why. I mean, I think for the most part he's buffed, so I don't think it would kill his
Using,
mid lane.
like,
I mean,
the-
right now his mid lane sucks because he can't play into any mage.
For testing purposes.
What are the Q hitbox changes? They start from inside Kled, like the center of Kled, to no longer miss people directly in front of him for both his dismount Q and his mounted Q.
When he was made, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, a
originally
lot of
using
CC
the Elixir of
moves
Iron,
would work on Kled while he's
effect,
ulting.
and was improperly
there's a bunch
referencing
of
this,
CC
and so
moves.
there's conditions under which you can still access this logic and get that removed. Anyway,
Holy Kled.
so this is it for Kled. This is the whole thing.
It didn't sound like it was like that. It wasn't that it moves the hitbox towards the center. It's that it said that it also checked the center of his model for the move. Okay, let's go. The PayPal went through. Especially, I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
PayPal
thank you
went
everyone for
through.
watching.
Let's go.
Thank you to everyone that I talked to. Thank you, Soul Mario. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys this video. I hope everyone enjoys the Kled changes. If you have bugs from the PB, if you have bugs after 0.14, or you have questions, you have comments, you have thoughts, please let me know. You can comment on this video or send
Dude,
me
that's the thing I'm worried about the most. Like the whole time I was excited for the Kled changes. The one thing I was worried about is that there's going to be more bugs, because every time they've ever changed Kled, he gains bugs. But now he said he re-scripted him again for like the real time this time. So hopefully that's not a thing. Thanks for the link.
Wherever, you know,
Challengers,
Reddit, Twitter,
baby.
whatever.
I'll have to try some builds, but I mean, I think the build I've been going is like similar to the build that you would want to go, I would think. Which is another reason why I've been doing that build more often recently, like a build like this. Like I think to me on paper, yo Ouya, thank you very much for the 17 months, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. Change your need. Thank you. I'll watch until the end. I'll watch until the end. But I'm just, I think this would still be like the best build. Unless I'm like underrating how good the WHP scaling is, then maybe swap something for another HP item like Shojin or whatever. But yeah, I think a build like this would still be the best.
I'm open and available for comment. Yeah, so I don't think I have too much else to say. Sorry that my allergies have made this video worse. I'm sure I don't sound that good, and I would have liked to have talked more, honestly.
The PB usually updates soon, either like in 5 minutes or in an hour.
Not having a good time with the allergies.
Sick, though.
Yeah. But
when I
thank you to everyone.
It was the only
and
amazing
you know,
video.
keep the goals in mind, and
Get better soon.
yeah. Hope everyone has a great time playing Kled. I wish you the best to all the Kled players, and thank you, everyone.
Edge of
And,
Night would be more valuable.
have a nice day.
More viable, excuse me.
Canuck specifically, both.
Refresh the comments. Thank you for the replies, my boys. Look at all my people.
Yeah.
Here. Look at my people. Captain Forster too. My people. In fact, I like my own. Can enjoy the hell out of the stronger Clit Q casted. Yeah, I would. Gathering Storm. True. The 30-minute Gathering Q updating actually true. It just means a lot that you listen and put in so much effort. True. Own comment like her. Too late, bro. In fact, I like both my comments. Could you consider not removing down the? My 1,000 games on Clit just got more exciting. Yeah. Can you fix Rek'Sai next? Yeah, Rek'Sai's next. Clit currently only has AD scaling, meaning effectively gets more shield. Yeah, they didn't mention the shield at all. But the thing is, the shield is unusable though. That's the problem. The shield is unusable. Like it fades instantly. you don't really get to use the shield. So like putting a buff to the shield, unless it's duration, is not worth a trade-off in my opinion, because the shield is so hard to use. It fades instantly. If anything that's not an extended timer is not a worth buff for his shield. What is this hater, bro? What other changes did he do? When is Yorick going to get the same? Dude, yeah, right. That Yorick is over, bro. They killed him and they moved on. What?
Scarl health bar.
What's your problem, Demi-Line? Let me see Zero's comment. Vagar. Let you throw a tomato like an
Oh shit, oh shit, shit, shit. Oh shit, no, 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 no,
What
no,
is
we
more
had a
fixed bug
fucking...
than Shaco as lore?
We had a battery.
Give me courage off camps. Morgana passive.
Oh, we had a fucking battery.
Why do you go to a 90-minute Kled video and say, hey, can you give Morgana a
Mechanic
buff?
specifically.
Wait, I liked her comment. Didn't I?
We had a battery, we had a battery, we had a battery.
Look, I did, right?
Holy shit.
Or did you leave another
we had a
comment
battery.
down there? For plus 20 flat AD? You should have added an AP scaling to the move speed. That'd be funny. Wait, where's your other comment? Down here? ADHD Kled. Instant video. Bug fixes. I know him. Aatrox needs it. Nah, Aatrox got some bruiser buffs just now. Aatrox bruiser's already good, bro. How much more can they buff Aatrox, bro? Sunfire. Never my favorite item, bro. Stop. This propaganda. Dude, there's so many names I recognize. All the Kled names assembling in this comment section right now. Here he is. It's funny. But no longer becomes useless at 20 minutes. I miss my kind. Rework Seraphine.
Mechanic specifically.
Go away, bro. Go away. This is my time. And where's the AP scaling now? Okay, well, let me open the PB. Except, I don't know, when they update the PB, can you like log in still, or does it not let you log in? Let me try. I don't know if it's gonna be up now or like in an hour, or if it's gonna be tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, I'll just wait, but I'll check the PB now. Because obviously I want to test it. Yeah, no, I just finished watching this video. Of course I knew. I was there frame 1, bro. I had his alerts turned on. The frame it got uploaded, I turned my stream. I went to my PC and turned my computer. Turned the stream on.
Press, dude, I fucking press.
Yeah, now tank the win rate. And tank the win rate. Yeah, I knew, but I was trying to gaslight everyone into thinking I didn't know and that there would be nothing. So then it would be more surprising, you know?
It bugged. I can't believe it fucking
Jarvis,
bugged,
tank the
dude.
win rate.
There we go. Oh, let's go.
Except I didn't know the exact changes. But I knew it was going to be today, but I just tried to pretend like it wasn't. Yeah, I'm a known guess. Well, my PB didn't update, so it must not be on yet.
Played.
I guess I'll just check. But it must not be on. Oh, you can't even see my client.
I knew it.
Yeah, my client didn't even
Fucking rock
update.
solid
So
piece of shit.
it must not be here. It's either another hour or it's going to be tomorrow, I guess. Let's see. What do you think of the changes as a whole? Pros, resist, magic damage stronger on ult, infinite scaling health. Yeah, so
Massive.
yeah, it's not updated yet. So wait. Passive Navori, Q slow duration, E range, cons, max health damage still exists. Yeah, no passive pen. Yeah, 30-second passive. Yeah, let me go to the video again real quick. Suddenly building H. I was trying to, you know, it was like a mental, like a psychology thing. Like I was trying to put it in your minds without saying it, you know, because I couldn't say anything. So I was trying to put it into the world without explicitly saying what was happening. You knew I'd be. Yeah, I knew I'd beat the allegations. I personally think there should be courage gain on kill. Yeah. So let me look at them. I mean, that is the biggest nerf by far. That's easily the biggest nerf. It's not even close. That's the only like real like nerf period.
Damn, Godkin.
Everything else has like a trade-off that makes sense, or it's like a buff. That's like the one thing that's just straight up like nerf. And I don't even get why, because it doesn't make sense. Like to me, getting a kill like should give you courage. I feel like logically, not even because it's better, just because like why wouldn't it? Like hitting people gives you courage. So I don't understand why a kill wouldn't give you courage. That doesn't make sense to me.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I guess because you get the minions, but like in a team fight, not getting courage is weird. I feel like from. From kills. I don't. Maybe it's worded weird, but it sounded like you just wouldn't get. It sounded like you wouldn't get courage at all from a kill, the way I was reading it. Yeah, I'm gonna release a YouTube video of like a shorter, you know, like basically a summary of the changes. It's pretty easy to sum up. But yeah, it definitely sounded like you didn't get any courage on kill. Wait, did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, see? I mean, it very clearly sounds like you don't get any from this.
Yes.
So that's weird. What did you miss? Oh, what did you see?
Kled is...
Oops. Is it worth now to go double health? Nah, definitely not. Definitely not. It doesn't matter how good your health scaling is. You auto more in the early game. So the AD for the early game auto attacks is too important. It's not worth to go health. But yeah, I'm gonna have to try different builds. Yeah, maybe Overgrowth. It's hard for me to see Grasp though. I feel like that's capped.
Let's go.
But I don't know, you know, maybe. We'll have to see. Overgrowth is something though, but because Overgrowth is it gives you a % of your max health, right? Or is it only bonus health?
Oh shit.
It says your base and bonus health are increased. So yeah, it should be max.
No.
So if it works with Kled, then that would be good, because Kled obviously has a lot of max health. So getting a max health % increase, yeah, and then you go conditioning or second wind. Second wind is still strong. Yeah, you go demolish. Demolish is kind of a main, but conditioning also got nerfed a lot. But yeah, Overgrowth itself on paper sounds good. Heartsteel, dude, maybe. But the problem is that Heartsteel just got nerfed a lot. But Heartsteel is also max health, right? Or am I wrong? I mean, these are items I don't build anymore. Yeah, Heartsteel is max. It's only 3k, so it's not too expensive. If this was not max health, it would be not usable on Kled. But the fact that it is max health means that it does scale out with Kled. Yeah, you know, you would yeah, for sure. You would for sure not rush Heartsteel. It's never worth rushing Heartsteel. But yeah, if you want like Hubris, Heartsteel Titanic, dude, that is Giga Chad. That's literally the most Giga Chad build I've ever heard of. Hubris, Heartsteel, Titanic, just stack everything. Everything stack AD, stack Hell, which stacks my resist, which stacks my AD on my W, the damage. Holy. And then you go Blood Mail, send it. That sounds so hype, honestly. The W refund is huge. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean we can, like, if we just quickly were gonna summarize it, it's pretty simple. I mean, you get 5 courage per minion. I mean, you get an instant remount. Like, the health is instant. I still want to know how this looks, like, animation-wise. Because, I mean, there's a whole animation for Scarl, you know, coming to you and jumping on her, and then getting the health. So I'm wondering how that even looks. And then, I'm wondering if it affects, like, your auto attack, if your auto attacks won't be cancelled anymore. You gotta go back to work. I mean, it's not live yet, so you're not missing too much. Like, it's not playable yet, the Kled changes. So, you're chilling.
Yep.
But yeah, peace, brother, for now.
That moisturized texture.
But yeah, the remount, Yeah, maybe they'll just speed it up. So yeah, this is obviously a buff.
לא מאמין לך!
Like definitely a notable buff.
וואו, אני פשוט הבן אדם הכי unlucky שיש היום.
And then
רץ עליו.
this is a buff, but I do think that this is way too low of like scaling. Maybe I'm wrong, but this sounds way too low. Because like we said, if you were surrounded, he said it multiple times, so he knows that it's not great. He said it multiple times that it might be too low and they have to buff it. They just want to see it. Yeah, I guess they were worried about it being too OP. No, they didn't change how Kled and Skarl's health is distributed, no. So yeah, I guess they'd rather test it at a lower number than a higher number. Because yeah, there was a lot of other buffs, that makes sense. And yeah, there is only one other thing in the whole game, I think, that works like this, which is Pantheon has bonus HP to resist scaling, and his E is a power D, which he mentioned too, so... But like, I feel like most of the time, you're not going to notice this, but maybe like there's going to be some scenarios where you live because you have like 20, 30 more armor. You know, it's not like nothing, especially if you're against people who like troll build, you know, and they don't have any pen yet. You know, 30 armor is like good against someone who like doesn't have percent pen. And Kled's base like armor is good. It said that the Skarl HP will be granted at the beginning. Yeah, yeah, exactly what you said, Pluto. As soon as you get 100 courage, you get Skarl's health right away. There's no delay for getting the health. Yeah, I mean, people should build percent pen every game, but, you know, my teammates happen to be 6-item mage, no void, 6-item ADC, no, like, it happens a lot. Even against, like, Master Grandmaster players. Yeah, so you shouldn't die when you get 100 courage, unless they instantly dismount you again. But you won't die, though. You shouldn't. So, yeah, this is nice. And then... So, yeah, so the first buff was definitely, like, a notable buff. This is, like, a small buff, but it might help more than I think. Especially if you somehow do get a lot of HP, I guess. I mean, let's just say you did go Heartsteel, and, like, you were, like, somehow, like, 4,000 bonus health. You know, like, in a full build. If you went, like, Heartsteel, Titanic, Bloodmail, Overgrowth. Like, that's not even that much. That's 3 items only. And 2 of those are, like, normal. It's just a 1 extra item and 1 extra rune. Right? That would be, like, 80. That would be 80 armor and MR. And that's not even that crazy. Like, you're only building 1, like, out of the ordinary item. Because Titanic and Bloodmail is already something I think is, like, okay now. If you just went an extra Heartsteel and had Overgrowth, you could get to 80 armor and MR in a team fight. That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. But this is like a full build scenario, though. So maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm thinking. Yeah, that's only if you're in a team fight, though. But that would still mean that it's 40 armor MR in a 1v1. So that's something. That's pretty good if you have a lot of health. 40 armor and MR. If you were against someone who didn't have true damage, obviously, like if you're against someone who's just physical or magic damage, 40 armor MR is pretty good. I don't know, but I still think they should buff it though. Probably. Thoughts on Grievous being removed from Q? I've been wanting them to remove the Grievous from his Q forever. As soon as they nerfed it to 40%, which has been like at least like 5-6 years by now, I wanted them to just take it off and buff him instead. When did they make it 40% Grievous? Let's see. That's when he got it for the first time. Let's see. First it was reduced to 50%. And then it was reduced to 40 in the very next patch. So yeah, that was season 12. It doesn't have like a date. Oh, June 8th. Oh, so that was only 3 years ago. I thought it was longer, honestly. Basically, if you have 1,000 bonus health, that's 10 armor MR, 1%. If you have 1,000. And you're against 1 champion in a 1v1, that'd be 10 armor MR. So yeah. So this is like something I feel like most of the time is just going to be a small buff, and maybe sometimes it'll be good. Yeah, and then against 5 champs it'll be doubled, so it'd be 20. So that's all you got to think. If you're in a team fight, it'd be double what it is in a 1v1. So yeah, most of the time I feel like it's a small buff. And then maybe if you get like a dream scenario, it's like kind of good. But yeah, I think the number is way too low on that, personally. And then this is a good buff, getting 5 courage every minion. So you're no longer ever have to worry about getting 99 courage in an all-in. 1, and then 2, like it adds up pretty fast. Every 4 minions you kill now with this change will be equal to killing 5 minions like the last patch. So like 1 minion faster every 4 minions. So that's pretty good. But the second part, yeah, like not getting courage from any takedowns, which is how that reads, is definitely the biggest nerf by far. That's a big nerf. Yeah, I definitely think Bruiser Kled will be his better build now, like a hybrid damage Bruiser build. I think that sounds like on paper his good build with these changes. And then this is a huge buff that people like have slept on for a while. Like I complain about this all the time for a reason. Like late game, you're easily getting 500 plus AD, easily with Kled, like regular builds. Even now, you're easily getting 500 plus AD. So the fact that you were doing 20% less damage on every single auto attack dismount is such a big nerf. So the fact that it's now scaling up to 100% is really big. Not only that, but not only does it scale up to 100% normal, but at level 11, it's already 95% of your normal damage. And level 11 happens really fast. So at level 11, like for most of the game, every game, you're already basically doing full damage this amount. So that's a huge bug. Yeah, this is real. This just got posted today, 2 hours ago. I've just been watching it the whole stream. And even level 6, like that's a big difference. But yeah, this is a big buff. Yeah, losing 20% of damage is such a joke. And yeah, even level 1, it's not as bad, but you probably won't notice a level 1. But yeah, level 6 and then especially 11, it's huge. That's definitely a big buff. And Kled is a solo laner, obviously, so usually you're a higher level. You know, you get XP faster than other people, except for the jungler because they're balanced. And then this, I think, is overall a buff. So base dismount Kled is 20 move speed faster. So generally you're 20 move speed faster, just walking around as dismount Kled. And then the range that you get the move speed towards enemies is 200 range further, which is really big of a buff. But then in exchange, he's 10. Whenever you're running towards an enemy, you're going to be 10 speed slower than current live server. I think the range and the base speed is like overall a buff. Like I think this is a better trade-off than what you lost, 10 towards enemies. Man, I was also really hoping that he would be ghosted this month, but it didn't sound like that's a thing. Are boots on Kled back? I don't know what boots he is. CD boots, and I guess he was Swifty boots. Those are like the only like viable ones. Well, maybe Tavai's not as bad because you're building health. Yeah, I was hoping he would be ghosted, like, you know, no minion block dismounted. Yeah, that does affect your kiting back speed, yeah. That's true. So there is definitely a nerf portion of it. Okay, and then this is like, they basically just try to make Skarl's health work like every other scaling in the game, but like it's gonna end up being a little less. The WCD did get nerfed, but you refund a lot of it every auto attack. You know, that like this is a lot. 1.5 second reduction every auto attack on a champ for the cooldown is huge. And then the fact that it's half a second for everything else. He said minions, turrets, plants, wards, like that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, and you're gonna build haste anyway, and the haste will benefit your W more because the base cooldown is higher anyway. How many lethality items did you build? I mean, I'm gonna do like obviously a bunch of testing. I mean, unfortunately the PB cycle is fucking 3 weeks long, so it's gonna be a while before it's live. But I'm definitely gonna test a lot. But I mean, I'm thinking probably like 2 lethality items, and then like 3 or 4, you know, bruisery items, and then whatever filler last item is what I'm thinking on paper. But I'm gonna have to test it, of course, because like serpents is like you're kind of forced to go serpents, unfortunately. Still not building attack speed. Yeah, there's like no reason to go attack speed. It's just that if you happen to get attack speed, it does something. Like if you have like a teammate that gives you Ardent Sensor, or like you have a Lulu W, or you get what's it called? You know, Hex Tech Dragon. If you just happen to get attack speed, it's not as worthless. Or if you really want to go Stride Breaker. Have they not taken into consideration? No, they did. You just didn't see it. But yeah, right here. It instead of being 80% auto damage dismounted all game, you go from 85% to 100% based on level. So at level 6, you're only dealing 90% of your damage, and at level 11, you're 95% of your normal damage. So basically full. And at level 16, you're full level, you're full damage. Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to be something like that, like it was going to scale up. The 1% part in the passive, in which passive? Oh, you mean the resist? It was earlier. You mean this? It's just 1% of your bonus health, so the health that you get from items and runes. That's your bonus health. Anything you buy or get from runes is your bonus health. So 1% of that will be turned into armor and MR, like as a bonus for you. You'll get that percent. 1% of your bonus health is armor and MR, and then it's increased for each enemy champion around you. Yeah, he said nothing about his range, so I'm assuming it's still 125. He didn't mention his range at all. Last stand bonus. Yeah, I mean, last stand was already, like, pretty much always better on Kled. Yeah, Kled would just be too OP. Yeah, so it definitely is supposed to help him team fight against 5 champs. Then it's 2% of your bonus health is resist. You would need a lot of health, though, for it to be a good amount. Like, I think that number is too low. Did I miss something? Passive, more consistent. A lot of, like, consistency and, like, bug fix stuff. He should be at least 150. A lot of champs have 150. 125 is, like, a joke. I don't have an excuse not to build on my team asks me. They just mute them, bro. Grievous, the Grievous is just so, like, it's only 40% on every item, you know? Like, all the items only get 40%. It's so low. Yeah, no, dude, don't even say that. Imagine they don't, and none of this goes live. Don't even say it. Yeah, that's a huge range buff, 50. What is a 0 point thing? Now, don't be sorry. All it is the way Kled works out. I don't know how much you play Kled, but your dismount queue and your mounted queue, their hitboxes start like ahead of Kled's model. So when somebody's right on top of you, you like can't hit them. Your queue will just go through them because the hitbox starts like ahead of Kled. So when somebody dashes like right on top of you, like Jack's queue's like right on top of you, you like can't hit them. They're like invincible until you back up first. So now it's supposed to check inside Kled's character model so that if somebody's right on top of you, you should be able to hit them. Tell them about... No, I 100% reported the auto attack bug cam. That was the first thing I reported with a bunch of clips. But that's like something that other people deal with, I guess. So yeah, you shouldn't miss them as much. And then, yeah, it also, the Q cooldown, the dismount Q cooldown would be lower since you max it first. But it does less damage. But it'll hit more, basically. Why they nerf Courage Game? Yeah, that one makes no sense to me either. That's a big nerf. That one was really random. I don't really get that. And then the mounted Q, again, has the hitbox thing where it won't miss people close to you. I mean, the biggest thing here, the two biggest things is like 1 second longer slow is pretty big. Like, obviously, to help you stick to people, help you get more autos off, which will refund your W cooldown. It'll help you remount more because you'll get your, you know, a lot of times you queue right before you dismount. So that slow will help you stick to them more, help you remount more. That's like, this is a huge buff, 1 second longer slow is big. That's like 2 more auto attacks that you're like securing against somebody without like big mobility. And then the damage updating is really big because you always go Conquer. So if you EQ someone and then you auto a couple times, recast your E, like you gain a bunch of Hydra stacks, or excuse me, Conquer stacks. I said Hydra because if you also activate your Hydra stack, Conquer again, right? Like the Q damage doesn't update at all on live servers. It'll just do the damage that it would have done when you initially hit the Q, the bear trap. The pull damage doesn't update at all. So that's good. He said he wanted to push Sundered Sky into Kled. How would that interact? I mean, it would interact just like it interacts with every champ. It's just that now, like the reason you don't build Sundered on Kled now, a big reason is that it gives a lot of health and not a lot of AD. So why would you build that now? Kled right now doesn't benefit at all from health. He has no incentive to go health at all. But now his passive has health scaling, his W has a lot of health scaling, so there's a little bit more reason to have HP. He was just mentioning like bruiser items, because pretty much all the bruiser items just give a lot of health and like no AD. Invalidated by Ambessa. Dude, Ambessa just has everything. She just has all things. She has natural pen, vamp, mobility, shielding, no mana. She literally just has everything. Yeah, that's a big buff. The W working on your wards. The attack speed works on the wards, but it doesn't go on cooldown. That's a big buff. I think part of the concern for giving Kled a pass reduction is the potential to become immortal. Yeah, but if that was the case, they could just make the cooldown not 0. You know, it could be a 10-second cooldown or a 15-second cooldown. You know, that'd still be a huge difference. But that still wouldn't happen in a team fight. No team fight is gonna last, 15 seconds, for you to remount again. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I think his win rate will probably go down too, because win rate is actually above 50% now. Like, if more people try him, they'll probably lose a bunch, especially because I think a lot of people will read the changes as nerfs, because a lot of his scalings got lowered a little bit, like AD scaling. So that people will probably think this is a bunch of nerfs. Like, he lost his Grievous, he lost a bunch of scaling. Yeah, I mean, Mundo is just dog shit, so yeah, it's a free matchup. But yeah, it's pretty much everything on the Q. And then he talks about the W. Yeah, I mean, people would do it, but his most common builds for a while have been like damage heavy. But you would see people do like attempt to go Hullbreaker, grasp like stuff, and like in split because of like people are doing that. Gain mixed damage ult for the armor. Yeah, true. Well, Navori would actually, I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to go Flicker Blades because this is a bigger refund than Flicker Blades would give you. Right? This is a 1.5 second refund on champion autos. That's way bigger than Flicker Blades would actually lower. Yeah, I mean, you can try to double stack it, but it's like pointless. I mean, you could do it for the meme. But like, the item just gives you shitty stats, It's just kind of overkill. Like, it's something you already have on the W. So it makes more sense to make the W just deal more damage instead of get a bunch of attack speed. W is clearly buffed. Yeah, I think the W is 100% buffed. It is a longer cooldown, but number one, you build haste anyway. So the haste is going to benefit the base cooldown more because the base cooldown's higher. And then you're going to be able to go for extended fights and refund it over and over, especially on minions. The fact that you can refund it on minions and turret auto attacks too. You think on-hit Kled will be a thing now? What? Bro, what are you saying, bro? Terminus viable? This is crazy, bro. What kind of literacy? What is this? How did you guys read this and say send it, bro, on hit? What? This is crazy, bro. Cooldown's literally the same at level 1. The cooldown only refunds when it's on cooldown. The W's on cooldown. So when your W is on and you have the attack speed from the W, it's not refunding the W cooldown. The cooldown reduction doesn't start until a W is down. And that's how Kled's W now, the cooldown doesn't start until a W times out. Yeah, lethal tempo is better, like on this version of Kled than the live version. If you hit them at least once, then yeah, it's the same at max rank, or no points. And then at high rank though, it's longer. You'd have to auto twice. Dude, I didn't post it in my Discord. I sent it to who did I send it to? Dragon, because they showed Lunar. What's her name? Lunara's kit, and like she has an extremely simple kit, like a very basic kit, Lunara. But she has some AP scaling, so you already know people are gonna build some garbage. And then the first thing I saw was somebody posting, "Oh, it looks like they want us to build Lunara as an on-hit AP champion." What? She's a generic ass ADC and just crit scaling. Why the fuck would you build AP on it? That's gonna be my teammate instantly. Warmog's Kled viable? Probably not, because the way Warmog's works. Where it's like when you're out of combat, you heal up. Like, how are you even gonna proc? And if you're dismounted, you won't even heal because your HP's capped out. So now Warmog sounds garbage. Yeah, the R is now magic damage. But yeah, that W cooldown thing I think is really nice. Like, that's really cool and nice, and also synergizes with the Q slow more. And then the W having HP scaling. And the HP scaling on this sounds good. Like, the passive HP scaling sounds too low to me, at least at first glance. This W HP scaling sounds really good. Every
מה קורה,
250
יותם? מצטער, הייתי...
is another 1% max health.
הייתי פה
Like,
באמצע
that
הפוקוס,
sounds like a lot.
קצת נרגע פה הסיטואציה,
Um,
אבל עכשיו אני איתכם.
you know, so yeah, if you got 2,000 bonus health, which would be really easy, that would be 8% more max health damage. Not counting the base damage and not
הכל
counting
בסדר,
the
הכל
AD.
בסדר.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about. It's a 90-minute
לא,
video. This is a
אני לא
big
הייתי פה
thing.
קצת, כפי שראית, היה לי איזה 20 דקות לא הייתי פה.
Does R still scale the same? No, the R scaling and base numbers were different. The base, I'll show it now. Here's the result. If you point blank R somebody, the minimum damage, it's 2% more max health damage at the base. And then if you full range cast it, it's 6% more max health damage with no items, right? It's just 2% more, and then it's 6% more max health. And then the AD scaling got nerfed by 1% at minimum cast. And then it got nerfed by 3%. So they like barely got AD nerfed in exchange for a pretty big base increase. And then now it's magic damage. So yeah, so I mean, honestly, this sounds really good. Like, I don't know about you guys. This sounds insanely good. The base is 6% higher, and this is only a nerf if you go full lethality, which you would have no reason to go full lethality anyway. With the new Kled. Like, this isn't even, there's not really any downside. The only downside is that the person's stacking MR, which is extremely rare, because you're not going to have any magic pen. So this would only be worse if you're against somebody who's actually building multiple MR items, which I feel like is never going to happen. Yeah, it's 6% higher at rank 3. Max health damage. No, dude, nothing will make me climb the ladder again. Hell no. I'm trying to have fun. That would take all my fun away. It makes no logical sense. Now, I talked to him about this. I mean, I think it's okay to say now since it's already out. But to me, it makes sense. I don't know. You know, maybe to me this makes sense. Okay, if anything was gonna deal magic damage on Kled, right? If they were gonna make something magic damage to reduce the synergy with lethality, to me the ultimate is the only part of his kit that could theoretically be magic, and like it's somewhat logical. Like his Q being magic would make literally no sense. Like the bear trap pull, why would that be magic? And then he suggested at some point he considered making his 4th auto on his W. Yeah, what you just said, Azalor. Magic. But to me, number one, that would feel really bad. If the 4th W, your big max HP damage in combat, in fighting, is now magic and doesn't benefit at all from any armor pen. To me, that sounds really bad. Like, it would have to be insanely high damage to be good. Number one, and also it sounds dumb as fuck that it would deal magic damage. Like, I hate that. Like, why does Kled's last auto dealing magic damage and not the first 3? Like, I think that's kind of, to me, that doesn't make logical sense, and I think it would feel bad in game. The Aatrox passive is different though. Like, it's a much lower number and it scales off nothing. Like, it's just the base number on Aatrox passive. It has no scaling and it's not consistent. Yeah, the Aatrox, Kled's ultimate does magic damage, and it's a magical bear trap. Like, and then maybe you could make the jousting deal magic, but I feel like that doesn't, like, not only would that nerf cleaver synergy, but also, like, who would care if, like, the jousting is mad?
Yeah,
I feel
I'm
like
sorry
this is
about that.
pointless.
Feels weird. Quite of a...
So yeah, I think this to me sounds like this is a big, and you can ping the range of your ultimate, which is kind of weird that you couldn't do that before. Because, like, there are, like, useless ultimates you can ping the range of. Like, you know, fucking Lux can ping if she's in range, like, to ult. Thanks, man. Like, I want my sister to play around that. Like Kled being able to ping his ult range is way more important. Like, especially when you're trying to roam, you know, and people go in too early because they think you can ult from far away. Give him armor pen that scales with AP. It's how regular ribbon kind of builds. Yeah, most bruisers now even build a couple like full damage items, and then they build some bruiser items. Yeah, it's just a chat message that says that they're in range. Yeah, like how a lot of other ults work. Dismount Kled now applies on-hit effects every other. I mean, he just has Gwynsu's. I mean, that would change him into like a completely different champion, right? Like he'd be a Bork champion for sure then. Yeah, that'd be kind of goofy. And that would only be when you're dismounted. Well, Death Stance wouldn't be as bad now because you have health to back it up, so it'd be like much rarer for it to like overkill you with the bleed. But the Death Stance bleed is true damage, so it doesn't actually that doesn't actually really do anything with Death Stance. Like it's already true damage, so it doesn't care about your resist dismounted. Who's the Kled support guy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you talked to. Yeah, if you have a good amount of bonus HP, you could build Sterix. You need like a lot though. But yeah, if you actually did have Heartsteel, Titanium, Bloodmail, you go Sterix, and then you can live the Garen ult. Wow, that might be tick. If only they didn't nerf it for the other champs, or if only Stoneplay was still in the game. The resist do stack it up though, yeah. Not dodging Triumph on dismount is a huge buff. Because that happened all the time. It was really annoying. I mean, it's like a bug fix, but still. And then yeah, you have a range indicator. I wonder what that looks like. He said it's not a circle. Because his Q is already a circle, so I'm wondering. Cleaver sounds so good. It might be because the W scaling is so good. I still think Cleaver needs a buff, personally. I still think Cleaver needs a buff. I think that they decided W can be cast manually, it'll destroy the champ. He'll be picked way more, and it's not so fun. So you're saying you think that his W should be inactive? I mean, I disagree. The whole point of the W is that you don't have control over it, even down to the name, violent tendencies. I think it would be a really bad change, and it would simplify him unnecessarily, like too much, to make his W inactive. Like, I would be really against that personally. New change is good. I think they sound really good, and I'm really hyped to try them whenever it's playable on the PB, which hopefully is today. It might be tomorrow though. I still think LDR throws will still be good here. Yeah, I'm still thinking that those will be better, but maybe Cleaver is. It won't be completely useless at least. But I'm still thinking that LDR would be better, but I could be wrong if I test it. I thought they. Oh, you thought they made his W inactive? Yeah, they didn't do that. They didn't change his W cast. Yeah, Cleaver does have the move speed. I mean, Cleaver is 400 health, right? Or no? Yeah, it's 400 health. So that's like almost 2% max health damage for your W, not counting the AD. I keep burping, bro. I can't help it. Oh, wait, no, I used the right wiki. Yeah, 4080 is not that much, but it is almost 2% more max health damage from just the health scaling on your W. And it is only 3k, so it might be worth trying. That was Cled's OG build, back in season 6, 5, whenever he came out. Cleaver Titanic, Yomu's, that was my build. But I still think this item needs a buff, personally. I think they need to give it, like, at least 5 more AD. At least. Q pull armor shred. I think it'd be kind of awkward, though, right? Because your Q pull happens kind of late. If you EQ someone auto a bunch of times, recast the E, then the Q pulls, now you have the armor shred. Like, I feel like it'd be kind of lame like that. Stride, Shojin, Titanic, LDR, yeah. Like that kind of build. I mean, I think the build I've been going recently will be, like, still a really strong build. Or, like, better, I mean. But maybe with 1 extra health item, more than I've been going. Like a build like this. Like, a couple full damage items and a couple bruiser items. But like maybe replacing one extra item with another health item would be good. But yeah. I mean, definitely Titanic Bloodmail. I mean, I guess you could go Stride instead of Titanic. But I just think Titanic just like gap Stride Breaker. Like, auto reset and the max health scaling. Yeah, I personally think Titanic is just so much better. Stride Breaker is like if you really are like exclusively team fighting. Like, that's it. You're not ever splitting. You're just gonna team fight, then I guess. What makes Shojin good now? Yeah, well, basically because the HP is not a wasted stat anymore. The reason I wouldn't go Shojin now is because it doesn't give that much AD, and it gives 450 health, which I don't need. Like, the health on live servers, the health not only doesn't help you, but it hurts you. So you have more incentive to go HP on this version of Kled. Yeah, it gives you attack speed, but I just think it's this. You could say the same thing about Titanic. Titanic gives you an auto reset, so you can auto twice back to back, which also refunds the W cooldown, right? Like, how much more would you be refunding it? Like, I think it's the same thing, or better, because it's faster. Has anyone done the math on how much? Yeah, it's very simple to do the math. All you have to think is how much bonus HP do you have? Just do 1% of that, and if you're surrounded by 5 people, it's twice as much. So if you have 1,000 bonus health, it's 10 armor, 10 MR. If you're surrounded by 5 people, it's twice as much, so it's 20 armor, 20 MR. My undercover rider? Nope. But I did talk to this rider a lot about the changes. It always goes down 1.5. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's locked 1.5 on champions, and it's 0.5 on everything that's not a champion. So minions, towers, whatever. People wouldn't try full tank. No, because you actually get more health from non-tank items. The bruiser items give you more health than anything. The tank items don't even give that much health. If it wouldn't even make sense. That wouldn't even make sense if that's what they were doing. If you look at the pure tank items, they don't give you that much health. Look, this is a pure tank item, 350. That's not that much. This is a pure tank item, Thornmail, 150 health. Like Frozen Heart, obviously, pure tank item, no health. And then the MR items give some health. But if you compare tank items,
really interesting to take.
This is 400 even. If you compare tank items to bruiser items, they give way more. Chainsword. What's it called? If you compare tank items to bruiser items on average give 450. This is 450. Yeah, Heartsteel is more of a bruiser item than a tank item. I guess tanks. I mean, like the only champs that build that are bruisers, Set and what's his name, Mundo. Yeah, HP items. But they want him to go HP items. Like, that's the goal. That's the whole point of the change. They want him to build HP items. Titanic gives 600 health. Right? Like these give way more than actual tank items. And then yeah, Cleaver's 400, Shojin's 450, Stridebreaker's Stridebreaker 452. I know what's that called? Yeah, this is 450. What's the other? Sundered gives 452, I think. Yeah, Titanic is definitely. I think Titanic is like for sure core. Like even now, Titanic doesn't feel terrible. It doesn't feel ideal. Wouldn't Cleaver first be better for the haste? Well, you should never go Titanic first. That is just garbage. That's just garbage. Cleaver first. I mean, if you're against someone who is like rushing armor, I guess. Like Tabai Rush. If somebody was like rushing armor against you. I mean, it's only 3k. If you don't team fight, then Hullbreaker over Stride. Hullbreaker is still max health or no? On the proc? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Hullbreaker's max health. Hullbreaker's 500. It's pretty good. Yeah, you can still go Eclipse for sure. You can go Titanic second, yeah. You could. I don't think I'll personally, at least without obviously none of us have tested it yet. Without testing, I'm still thinking third item to me sounds like the good time to go Titanic on paper. But going Titanic second wouldn't be as bad as it is like now. Yo, what up, Core? Yeah, they changed Kled. They did. It's real. It's about to be on the PB soon. Yeah, the problem with rushing Titanic, though, is it costs a lot of gold. And obviously, it's max health scaling. You won't have that much health yet because it's your first item. And then also, resetting your auto when you don't have any other AD to back it up is not as relevant. And also, early in the game, your base abilities are really important. Like your mounted and dismounted Q, which are only bonus AD scaling exclusively. You wouldn't have that much bonus AD with Titanic Rush. So, like, I personally, to me, it makes no sense to go Titanic first. Like, that doesn't sound good. Like, with any, like, logic. Yo, it's good, Mongu? No, it's real. It's real. On a scale from Guile being the worst thing possible to 10, I mean, it sounds really good to me. Like, it sounds really good, and most importantly, I'm really hyped to try. That's the most important, for me, that's the most important thing. Whether it's good or not, it sounds good to me on paper, but I'm really excited to try, because this sounds like there's
איך אני
way,
במצב?
at least, like, at the bare minimum,
בסדר,
it
מה
sounds to
קורה
me
איתך,
like there's
עדי?
way more items
מצטער, אני
that
לא
you can
פה
try.
עכשיו.
You can try way
בגלל זה
more
אנחנו
items,
קצת
and it's not a joke. Like right now,
בלופי.
I feel like you have no
אנחנו
options.
נסתדר, אני
There's
מאמין,
nothing you
אני
can
שיהיה
do.
בסדר.
You have to go the same items every game. There are no choices because everything else is so bad. So at least now it's like, yeah, you can try a bunch of different items, and you have more synergy because Kled's kit has more scaling and stuff.
זהו, אני בדיוק על זה, עידו. אנחנו בדיוק מדברים על זה.
Yeah, and he mentioned multiple times that they can easily tune it
הרבה
around.
באג פיקסים.
First time in 8 years. I mean, if you listen to the video, like he mentioned, he talked to a lot of Kled players, and he's been like one of the riders that has worked with Kled stuff like a long time ago, in the past too, like 7-8 years ago. He was already doing stuff with Kled. Yeah, this looks hype. What is more health boost now? More health, more resist on passive, and more damage on W? Yeah. Those are the two things that you have health scaling on his passive and on his W. Those are where his health scaling is at, right on the PB right now, or about to be. No, they didn't mention a skin at all. This guy doesn't work on skins. No passive armor pen, no. Unfortunately, no passive armor pen. Yeah, the W scaling is 1% max health for every 250 HP, which sounds really good. Like, the passive scaling doesn't sound that good, but the damage on W sounds really good. That's a lot. 1% max health for every 250 is crazy. That's, like, really good scaling. To me, that's not, because it's easy. Like, you think about these items, like, these items shit out health, bro. This is almost 500 L right there. That's already 2% max health damage. Like, Titanic is 600 health. So this is already over 2% max health damage on your W, and it will also help you refund it with the reset. It's crazy. I think it sounds so good. Yeah, Titanic, yeah, with literally 2 items, you're easily getting over 1,000 health. Think about it, with only 2 items, you easily get 1,000 more health, and that's already, what, 4% more max health damage because 250. I don't think Triforce is worth looking at. He mentioned like every bruiser item. To me, Triforce sounds terrible. Like that just gives you Triforce. I think is just a bad item in the game. Like I personally don't think Triforce is worth it on like almost any champ except for like 2, like Camille. She has no choice. Triforce is just garbage unless you're forced to go Triforce. In my opinion, you should never build it. And it doesn't even give that much health. And it gives low AD. And it gives attack speed, which you don't want. Like, I never build it on Gangplank. I think it sucks. Like, Camille is, like, one of the only champs, and, like, Jax. Like, there's only, like, 1 or 2 champs that can justify buying it. I think the item is just bad. And, like, when your W activates on Kled, it does not proc Sheen either. So it's kind of awkward to proc Sheen. Kled also combos his abilities together a lot. Yeah, like Corky Ezreal sometimes, yeah. There's a couple champs that do it. I think the item is just kind of bad, though. Like, if you're not forced to buy it, I don't think you should buy it.
I'm not sure if we can start a ranked game, though, fellas.
But yeah,
You're
like,
just
if you
too
wanted to go
anxious.
Cleaver Titanic, like, actually Season 6 build, that's already 1,000. That's 1,000 bonus health right there. Sorry, so it's like, with just 2 items, that's already That would be like 12, 13 armor MR against one champ with runes. And then, yeah, an extra 4% max health, not counting the AD, not counting the base number. I don't even build on GP. Yeah, me neither. Like, GP is one of my most played champs. I never go try. I think it's just garbage. It's just a terrible item. You just sit on the Sheen, exactly. Yeah, to me, that's a good thing, Kebab, is that I think the average player will look at the changes when they show up. First of all, the average player is going to look and be like, I'm not reading all of that. This is too much text. So that's good. Everyone's just going to skip it. And then I think the average people that do read it are going to just think that he got nerfed because they took away the Grievous and then nerfed a bunch of his AD scaling. So they're going to be like, alright, he's nerfed. And then think he's like worse. And then Kled is actually a pretty hard champ. So I think a bunch of people try him out. He's like he's the third lowest pick rate champ in the game. I think if people try him out, they'll probably feed a bunch and lose. Titanic, 4th auto Heartsteel, yeah, boom. Yeah, the Grievous choices are garbage though. That's the problem. If you felt like you needed Grievous, I think you just in my opinion, I would just sit on Executioners and then sell it later. Like I won't even keep it. I guess you could go Chainsword. Like I think that's even, and then just build like a different pen item. But that's probably what I would do, is I would just sell it eventually. It's hard to tell. We have to test it. We gotta test it. Execution is good because it costs 800 gold, you know? Titanic, 4th auto, Heartsteel, Hullbreaker, crit. Yeah, you could crit with LDR. It's 25% crit, right? Yeah, hopefully somebody else builds Grievous anyway. Yeah, you would lose Transcendence, though. Lane phase doesn't seem to change much. I actually do think lane phase will change a good amount for multiple reasons. The multiple bug fixes, the Q hitbox changes in a lot of matchups is a big deal. I mean, think about this. You get the health instantly when you remount. That's going to matter in lane from like time to time. Your Q slowing more is going to matter in lane. Like, because a lot of times when you're all-inning people in lane, you get your mounted Q off before you dismount. So you can run them down and try to remount. Your Q slowing for an extra full second, I think, will, you know, let you remount more reliably in lane. Because you'll be able to stick to them more. And the damage updating on the pull, you know, matters a lot early game. When you EQ somebody, stack Conquer on them with your auto attacks, now the pull damage is actually going to update correctly. So I think that's going to matter. I think there's a lot of stuff.
Hey, let's do some
the
theory
W
crafting
refund
ourselves.
works on non-champs too. And champs. Like, I think this will matter a lot in lane. If you EQ someone and your W's like 5 seconds from being up, you know, you just have to auto them like twice and then your W's back up. And then you can start farming, and like while you're farming, your W's coming up again faster with the W refund. Nah, there's no way. His Q must still be a projectile overall. So I think there's a lot of stuff that'll affect, You think Hextech Alternator? What do you mean, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the ultimate item? Hextech Alternator is an AP item. Are you talking about the, You're talking about the ultimate item? You're talking about an AP item. No, that item is just dog shit. It's probably like the worst item in the game. No, I don't think you'd ever buy this. This item is completely trash. It's 3k gold for what? 20% attack speed is not only pathetic, but it's a useless stat. Oh, for the ult haste? Or what? Really? You don't think this stat lineup isn't bad? Or are you just kidding? This is a very pathetic stat lineup. Are you trying to think what other haste times we would go? Well, you have, if you want to go Cleaver, that's 20 haste. Shojin is 25 haste on basic abilities. You have Hubris is still 10 potentially. You can't even use the MS. You don't even get to use it because you ulted, which already gives you more MS. And it doesn't stack. You can't even use the MS. You'd have to ult and then flash away from your ultimate. And then you can benefit from this. It's completely unusable. No, they didn't change the way max out damage hurts them, unfortunately. Which is very
X-Blade
unfortunate.
Zeke's gonna be nasty, I think.
He does get armor and MR for building health when he's dismounted. So if you're against not true damage, it's a little bit better. No problem, Kane. I did my best. I mean, of the things that were put in, the things that I didn't want him to instantly get health on remount, even though that was like a probably the most common suggestion I've heard ever for like other CLED players or like people on Reddit and stuff, was to get the instant health. I didn't want that, but whatever. It is a buff, so you know, I'll take it, even though it's not what I want. Excuse me. The Zeke's is only resist, or does Zeke's give
I
health?
did not know that.
I know it gives like resist and haste. Damn, it gives 300 health. That's pretty good actually. And it costs no gold. Honestly, it's not even that bad. It's not even that bad. Not even kidding. Yeah, I would definitely trade the instant remount for armor. Why not? For a lot of reasons. I mean, number one, I think it just doesn't make any sense. Like, Skarl has to run to you and remount. It's a set delay. I don't understand the logic behind getting the health instantly. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Number two, the ability just works that way. Yeah, I use Echo W as an example. To me, it sounds like when people say, oh, I'm sitting in my Echo W and it's like a split second from hitting me, but I died, like, oh, I wish I got the shield. But like, bro, the W just has a cast time. It's not instant. Like, Cled's remount is not instant, never has been. It's always been a delay. I think the built-in delay is just
ketchup.
like when you're playing Cled and you're thinking, can I remount? In my mind, you should think, can I make it to 100 courage and then get through the delay? It doesn't make sense to me to think that you should get instant. Like, it makes no logical sense. Like, to me, this is a low elo thing. Like, a bad player will try Cled, die once, and be like, yeah, this sucks. I died while remounting. Like, I think this, and he even said that it was mainly because of low elo players. Didn't like that part of his kit, which is obvious. So I understand why they changed it. I just think personally think that's dumb.
But I mean, did you know that cola was medicine? So yeah. There we go. Cola is a medicine, seems.
About that, they're not understanding that you can still kill him while he's remounting. Which, yeah, I know that that's the case. But I obviously think you should balance.
We're just waiting for the changes.
I get that that's why they do it. But like, I of course don't think you should balance around low elo players. But whatever.
Nice. That's why we get.
Everything else I'm pretty happy with, except for the
because I'm always angry.
No courage on
would say.
Those are the two changes.
Oh, speaking of which, let's make
everything
a
else
talk show while we're at it. Oh, by the way, I think it's time to teach you some mod skills. Do you see it? Basically, you just go here. Basically, you go here, and you can use some commands. So, set game, basically. You can basically set the game we're playing. Right now, we're not playing a game, so I want you to do set game, just chatting. Can you do that? Can you do that for us, Ducia? I need to do it. Just wanted to help out. There we go. Let's open up a room. Y'all more than welcome to join us. Go for it. Change the category. Get some more power. Sweet. Let's do any socials. JetX 111. TV talk show. Come join. Let's have this one. I think this one is a nice one. Alright. Let's hop in on the talk show. Let's see who's joining us for the talk show. Because right now we're just waiting for things. Hey, we say hi to Ashiro. Anyway, I
shift.
think the skill's
He's
gonna be
never been a
amazing.
jungler his
So
whole 9 years of being in the game. That'd be a huge change. I personally wouldn't want that change. Like I prefer playing lane over jungle. You typed how he felt. Let's say. Let me see what you said. Yeah, maybe he won't go O10 this time. Odrag. Where's your comment? This guy said, "Don't remove Grievous."
is it there actually? Yo.
Oh, this is you.
Hello, hello.
Yo!
How you doing? How you doing?
Really true.
I'm good. How are you?
Just enjoying a good time. Just enjoying
Let's
a good.
go.
Yeah, we just chilling.
I got the power, by the way.
Yeah, now we got power, Lucia. How does it feel to have power?
Really good.
Yes.
Actually, really good.
Yes, yes indeed. All right, let's see who joins in. We definitely need to do a nice lobby.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, I need to do an interesting lobby. Wait, we gotta make this interesting. Did you watch together bullshit? Wait, let me see. Let's put something interesting while we watch. Wait. Oh yeah, I need to send the link, right? There we go. Feel free to join the talk show while we at it. Okay. Wait, what the hell is wrong with my computer? Okay, let's pick something interesting to see. Wait. Let's see, dude. Does it actually find me here? Wait, oh. Wait. Oh, wait, it actually can search it. Wait. Let me go to mine. Okay, wait, we gotta bring the people. We gotta bring the peeps. Wait, this is gonna be lit. Wait, where is it? JetX111. Let's watch my highlight video. Let's see if it actually lets me watch my highlight video here. Or maybe it lets me watch my live? Does it? Oh, it actually is. Holy shit. We're actually live. Do you see this shit? Wait. That's insane. We're actually watching ourselves in ePal. That's insane. Wait, let me send invites, right? How do you send invites here? Shit, wait, how do you do this shit? Share. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, we have a lot. Wow, we have a lot of people to share with. Yo. How y'all been doing? There we go. Sharing everybody. We're bringing in the squad together. Let's go. Wait. I'm almost gonna see everything. Let's go. Multiple sharing. The amount of people I can invite, insanity. Like I'm literally inviting all of ePal. I think that's it, yeah. Alright. Okay, let's see. Okay. The amount of people I can invite, insanity. Oh, it's actually nice to hear me for a change. Like I'm literally inviting all of ePal. Dude, let's just watch the highlight video. I want to see this shit. Let's go for the highlight video.
I'm not. Okay.
Yo.
Yikes. Okay, Leasing at Raptors. Leasing at mid.
Holy shit.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay.
Where did you go? Where did anybody go? I was just chilling right now. It just feels so much power. Sing alone. In the meantime, let's just enjoy taking a deep breath, fellas. I am feeling so down. Yo. How you doing? Willow, what's up, dude? Welcome. How you doing, Willow? Willow, you okay? Wait, wait, can I hear anybody?
Sorry, I just switched what my device's mic was set to, because
Yeah,
for some
yeah.
reason the mic in my earbuds sucks.
Yeah, it turns out my sound was on fucking 20. That's why I couldn't hear people. Wait, wait. Whoa. By the way, we're live on Twitch right now. Wait, what? Wait, can anybody hear me? Yo, am I being heard properly? Or am I being heard statically? Wait. Okay, site
Hold
set.
on.
Let me see. Microphone, allow. Wait, am I being heard bad?
Hear you. No, I heard you. I hear you way better than I did one of the previous times.
Yeah, because I'm not inside a car,
So
obviously.
for some reason, yeah, my thing just kicked me from the room for some reason, and every time I join back, I have to reset it again to my internal mic instead of my earbud mic.
That's so odd. That is odd. That is odd. What are you munching there, buddy? What are you munching at there, buddy? Wait, let me see how this thing goes. Actually, that's kind of lit.
Okay, Leasing.
I can actually open up my live here and people can see me. Actually, that's actually the bright thing to do. Wait, I'm gonna open up.
Wow. Wait, what is this through?
Wait. I'm just gonna log into. I'm just gonna go to my Twitch, to my live here, and people can see me. Okay, let me just close this. Watch together. Paste YouTube link, and we are live. I'm gonna open up.
Wait, what is this through?
There we go. Now everybody can see me live. Literally, this is the ultimate viewer experience on Apal now. It's literally everybody who's gonna log in, gonna see me live. Alright, let's see this thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is lovely. It is lovely. I like it. Wait.
So I take it you weren't on this website back in the day when we had live parties where you could stream through OBS?
A live party? No, I never did the live party through OBS here, but I was here from 2021, I think. Yeah, it was.
So this feature was like 2023.
Yeah,
it was like a 6-month long feature. Then they had to take it out because so much happened in them.
Yeah, I guess so. In the end, it is what it is. But oh no, just waiting for this to just bound up. Oh my god. Just laying down and enjoying a good time. Let's see.
But yeah, it turns out a app that is considered prostitution for gaming is not a good idea to give cameras.
Yes, Alright, let's see. I guess I can play Undying again. Let's play Undying. Undying was nice, that game. Undying. That was a good game. You can actually enjoy it. Wait, is the stream fluid?
What?
The Watch Together stream. Is it fluid?
Is it what?
Fluid. Wait, am I that fluid? Wait, am I really that away from the mic?
No, you sound good, I think. What is that thing behind you?
That's a chair.
That's a chair?
The black one is a chair. The red one is a iron board.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, we continuing the adventure. Let us enjoy. Oh, just chill and wait for good stuff. Yo, yo, yo. How you doing, buddy? Aaron, how you doing? Welcome on board. Welcome on board. We're currently live on Twitch. Feel free to join us in. Okay, this is... Okay, I think my champion's fine. Okay, let's see. I have enough water. Oh, I definitely need to get hydrated though. Let's drink. Yes. Okay, I am... What time? Oh, we got time to explore. Let's go to this guy to get the cat. Live on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. That is lovely. Let's give it... Nah, we want to keep the rod meat on us. Okay, that's not much we can do here. Definitely need to find a way to fix my gun. If not, I'm kind of cooked. Okay, okay. So wait, you didn't tell me what are you munching there?
I munched on a Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart, that's good, that's good. Okay, so I guess we go to the supermarket, I guess? Don't want to waste time. Today. Let's get those bitches. Shoot his ass. Oh wow, we do damage. Wait, we died? Already? Fuck. Wait, Cody died. Restart. Fuck, this is harsh. How do you solve this? Wait, okay, okay. Yeah, we ain't doing shit here, we just have to go rest. Just chilling, wait. We have messages, let's go.
The fuck?
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have your stream, like, doubling.
Oh yeah, the stream is doubling when I'm getting inside EPAL. Makes sense. Okay, I need to fix this firearm. In order to fix it, I need a shitload of things. Okay, I need to disassemble this shit. Since it's broken. All the broken shit I can disassemble. And... They're just a bunch of scraps. Not worth it. I got this thing.
Well, it was nice talking to you, dude, but I gotta get going.
Alright. Have a good one, Willow. Thank you
Yep,
for stopping
same
by.
to you.
See ya, buddy. Okay, right now we're just like chilling. Just chill. Eat medicine, I guess. You don't get potatoes. Potatoes. We do need to get another shovel, though. We do need a shovel. Start making actual food again. Because we're starting to run out of food.
We should go home soon.
Okay, we just chilling. Too much electrical wire.
I should head home before I pass out.
There we go, let's go back. Need to check some food. I mean, there's nothing else we can do right now.
Getting a bit hungry.
There we go. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, this is good. We're getting with the symptoms. Just enjoying ourselves right now.
Getting a bit hungry.
Cody died. Wait. Did we cheat the system? That's the question I want to say. Okay, we kind of just soft locked ourselves. We kind of just soft locked ourselves, okay? I think we have this save.
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
Okay.
Getting a bit hungry.
Oh boy, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Okay.
getting a bit hungry.
Oh, this is not good. Wait. Let's get this. There we go. Combat time.
We should go home soon.
There
I
we
gotta
go.
go home and rest.
Oh shit. Wait, we need to go back. Okay, looking good.
Jacob.
Jacob. Okay. Wait a minute, fellas. There we go. Okay. Zilos, soy amigo de Zilos. Opa. So, let's get rid of him. We don't need to fight for now. Start popping in items. We found a nice spot. Now, what is the thing that just stops us from doing anything? What is my symptoms? Breathing. Ooh. Nice. So basically we just keeping them good stuff. I think that's the best choice. Yep. Save a shitload of time. Wait. Shit, we kinda just kill ourselves there. Cause the symptoms are just that nasty. What a fucking waste. Okay, we're just playing this out right now. Yeah, the time it should be ripening for the picking. Okay. Yo, 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 how you doing? Welcome aboard. Jermaine, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream. Just enjoying ourselves right now. Yo, yo, yo. It is me. How you doing? Sinobre, what are you doing?
Getting a bit hungry.
עידן ציון, מה קורה?
Getting a bit hungry.
אוקיי. אריאל משאב, מה קורה? אוקיי.
Getting a bit hungry.
your main. Welcome on board. Welcome back. How you doing, buddy?
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
It's getting dark. Mom!
It's getting late.
Aye.
Getting a bit hungry.
Okay. Okay.
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
We should go home soon.
Getting a bit hungry.
Gotta.
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
I'm trying to be safe, I would say. Right now we're just waiting for the rockets to arrive, to be honest. That's how it is right now. How you doing, Mario? They're going to want us down? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to be safe as much as we can.
Getting a bit hungry.
Shit, dude, that's so good. Shit. Read that card, boy.
Getting a bit hungry.
Yo, how you doing, buddy? Miyaki, how you doing? Welcome aboard. How you holding? Hope you're having a good time. Da, 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 da. Hi. Hope you're having a good time. I'm currently reading the chat. As you can see, we're live on Twitch and TikTok and YouTube. I'll try to tap into the chat once in a while. You're more than welcome to join the voice chat as well, so we can hear you. It is a rough one. This is a rough game. But it's addicting. We definitely need gasoline. Definitely gonna need some good stuff. By the way, do you wanna get invited to our Discord, our official Discord server? You're more than welcome. There's plenty of people and friends there. Okay. איתמר, מה קורה אחי?
Getting a bit hungry. It's getting late. Getting a bit hungry.
Shit, how the hell do we win this?
It's getting late.
How do we win? למה? מה קורה?
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
It's getting dark.
Okay.
Getting a bit hungry. I should keep an eye on the time.
Okay, this is a roof.
Getting a bit hungry.
It's getting dark.
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
בהחלט. Oh, that's a joke. That's joke. Your dad is in naked pants, basically.
Getting a bit hungry.
It's like saying, "Ha honey, your dad is a naked hobo, kinda." That's the gist of it. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm still on the EPAL thing if you want to join in.
Getting a bit hungry. Getting a bit hungry.
Go for it. So basically I can drink now. Can I eat the greens though? אוקיי, שרה אוזילוב, מה קורה? The kid is thirsty, shit. Okay, Suzuki. אורי לוי, מה קורה?
Getting a bit hungry.
It's getting dark.
Okay.
Getting a bit hungry.
Okay.
Getting a bit hungry.
I think that's enough on dying. It's a bit roughy. We're in the 30 days and we're not doing shit. Anyway, progress. So it is what it is. Alright, time to close the lobby. Hey, kiddo. Hey, kiddo. I know, kiddo. Mm. Look at her. She's just enjoying herself. Oh. Fun pets, huh? Pets. You're such a pretty kiddo. Hey, Bucko. Hey. Alrighty. I think it's time. I think it's time to call it a day. Let's see who we're reading. Wait. Wait, kiddo. I think it's time to call it a day. I wanted to play more, but it is what it is. Wait. Oh, yes. Anyhow, I'll catch you guys later. Too sleepy. So, need to get ready for the siren. So, see you later.